Feliz Navidad, hombres. We're here with another stream. I am. This is the first in a while. I'm well rested. Okay, I got a good night's sleep. I woke up at 8:40 a.m. And the day just feels so long. I don't know what to do with myself. It's just like I don't like the day being this long. But yeah, we're here. We're back. Merry Christmas to those of you celebrating Christmas today. And yeah, it's confirmed I'm getting a haircut Saturday because I'm going home tomorrow. And my mom is forcing me to get a haircut anyways. So, but my hair's wet again, so it looks longer than it actually is. Okay, if I don't get it cut soon, I'm not gonna be able to see. Okay, anyways, we're here. We're back. We have various non-ACC topics and then a few ACC topics because I'm still interested in the ACC, of course. But yeah, it's Christmas. I hope everybody got something cool. Thank you so much for the 5, Soul Skibbity. Listening in my car on the long drive from Wales. Merry Christmas, Aiden Underground. Thank you so much, buddy. Not even, where am I going to get a fucking Christmas hat? Santa actually visited my apartment last night, and I woke up this morning to find a note that said, Jew, lol. And then he wrote off. So, you know what? Fuck that guy, dude. Fuck that guy. No, what Christmas topics are there? Yeah, of course I have Christmas topics. What do you think, little bro? I've got Christmas topics, including some lovely Christmas posts from various individuals who want to celebrate the festivities. So let's take a look, okay? I was actually sent Augie sent me this, but it's from a guy called you love him, you know the name. Does anyone know about Gunther Eagleman? His real name is not Gunther. That was his chosen name. He's like a fired cop that like makes like Trump dick sucky posts or whatever. But he posted a wonderful, effortful animation made by some of the finest artists around for Christmas. So let's take a look. Oh my god, Trump's playing the guitar?
We wish you a Merry
Oh my dude, this is great, man.
Christmas.
All like the people and stuff.
We wish you a mega Christmas. We wish you a mega
W. Gunther, you're literally Mexican.
Christmas and an anti-woke year.
An anti-woke year, so true. Out with the woke, in with the crystal, into the crystal.
Good memes we bring, no fact check spin.
Okay, it's not really a good sign when like the shit you want to satirically poke fun at to delineate that it's bad is fact checking. Okay, you might need to reassess your like political leanings if like fact checking is like an enemy of yours.
Good vibes for Christmas and an anti-woke year.
Dude, rent free, bro. Rent free. Biden is trolling the MAGA tards.
Kamala's laughing in the background.
I'm sorry, how much, if you like go back and think about how much was like Obama talking about John McCain? How much? Like they're like obsessed with their predecessors. It's like Kamala was not Biden was the predecessor. Their predecessors are opponents. Sorry, and McCain wasn't a predecessor either. Wrong word. But like they're obsessed with like Trump, like the movement is obsessed with constantly talking about like their demons of the past.
Kamala's laughing in the background.
Nobody knows why she's here.
She's not. She's wherever the fuck she is right now. She's certainly not there.
Yelling in the dark night. Jasmine Crockett's yelling into the dark night. Bernie and Chuck are yelling into the dark night. They're all Nazis through tears.
What did they just say? That was a call to violence. Call to violence. Call to violence. When Bernie Sanders inevitably dies of old age, we're going to make a website called berniesmurderers.com, and anybody who ever called him a Nazi is going to have their workplace doxxed and called.
Good memes we bring, blue checks,
Look at Trump triggering the libs.
community
The left is losing the meme war, and they can't stand it.
notes on the Christmas cheer.
Has like a good meme come from the right that like wasn't making fun of the right, like in Trump's second term and like the time before that was focused on his run? Like the left can't, they talk about the left can't, this is literally like their memes. Okay. Gunther. Dude, who the fuck is this for? Dude, what is that? FB Great Patriots. Oh, is this person black? Because there's a movement called, like, Foundational Black Americans. So, like, are they using the FB titles in, like, Foundational Black? It's something started by, like, Tariq Nasheed. Anyways. Gunther also apparently posted another banger. LOL, this wins the internet for Christmas.
Baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you.
It has been listen. Boom AI, its development, and boomers having access to it has been a disaster for mankind.
When you came for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye.
Okay, great stuff, man. Dead internet theory. Has anyone called you a dork today? According to the guy who could pick any name on Earth and picked Gunther as a name. Great stuff, Gunther. In other news, ladies and gentlemen, today celebrates the birth of Christ. But today is also another special anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, we did a Dr. Umar stream segment a few weeks ago where we covered his Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, where he was going to make a school for black youth that like tailors itself to like their development and issues, and it's like an Afrocentric or black centric school, and he raised a lot of money for it, but his goals were completely unattainable, so he'll keep raising more money and you're just never gonna get there. And that money was no small amount, by the way. That was enough money where if given to like an inner city predominantly black school that's neglected financially would have done fucking wonders. But today marks apparently the 11-year anniversary of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. True. Donations. 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 Furthermore, okay. Furthermore, Dr. Umar, make no mistake about it, is the Black Messiah. But there's another contender for that title. A man in Ghana is getting thousands of followers because of a prediction he made. Let's take a look at this. A Ghanaian man, Ebo Noah, claims he's a prophet and says a global flood will end the world today, December 25th, 2025. He also claims that God told him to build 8 arks, with his followers selling everything and giving him money to prepare. A prophet walks amongst us. Why do you need to wear rags to be like a prophet? Like, I get that you associate that with like the time Jesus walked the earth or whatever, but like it's the modern day. You have access to regular clothes. Well, anyways, this guy's gonna save the world. The world's ending today. Except it didn't. Okay, it didn't. What time is it now in... Yeah, we are approaching, like, it's 2 hours till midnight in Ghana. So unless this flood happens in the next 2 hours, obviously, this is not happening. However, he admits that it's not happening, and his reasoning for it actually makes total sense. He's come forward with a revision. Let's see. So, Ghanaian man Ebo Noah says the world will no longer end today as he predicted after pleading with God for mercy. He says God has given him more time to build more arks to accommodate people before the rapture. So generous. Truly, very generous.
Noah, God reveals to redeem. I have prayed. I have fasted. I have
very spiritual music in the background. I'm feeling enlightened.
Donated, and I have built. And through my prayers, I got another vision. And in the vision, when you look at the number of people coming all over the country, all over the world into the ark, the expansion of the ark couldn't contain them. So I shared my vision to some great men of God who also interceded with me. After the intercession,
I don't know, it's making sense.
God has given us some time to build more arks in addition to the 10 that will contain all.
Did God like tell him this?
All of us. So tomorrow, nobody should rush to any location. I am not selling tickets. I am not taking money from anyone also. So please, stay home.
So it's not true. He is taking money. Wait, what is this?
Enjoy yourself. Have fun. And also, I am wishing all of you Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
And a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Still, the ark is there. Repent. Repent. Repent.
Repent.
God bless you.
I love that end part where it's just like, he's like, God bless you. And then his family, we get two. If one of him wasn't enough, you have two of him. You have a mini-me in the corner.
God bless you.
I'm enlightened. Listen, I'm selling everything and I am moving to Ghana. He's dressed like what I think a prophet would dress like. So I'm selling everything and moving to Ghana. No, it's very easy to laugh and say, how would people fall for this? How the fuck would people fall for this? There is a lot of spiritualism in Africa, and where there's education disparity or desperate circumstances. Now, I understand that Ghana is not like a, when you think of like, there's like a stereotype that every African country is like, everyone's like, in like a fucking war zone right now. I get that Ghana's not like that, but there's still poverty. There's still people living in small villages who don't have access to outside education in the outside world. And at that point, it becomes very easy to fall victim to people coming claiming to be like spiritual saviors. This has seemingly been a particular problem. The cults have existed everywhere, right? Typically, those cults have worked in the Western world by preying on people who have nothing or are desperate. It's not always the case, but it happens. And in this instance, right, I've noticed there's like a susceptibility to like spiritual messiah claimants within Africa. We covered Prophet TB Joshua in Nigeria, who was claiming that to make people walk and cure them and stuff, and everyone was falling for it. In the United States, Jim Jones did the same thing. He did the same thing in his churches. He'd pretend like he was healing someone. So in desperate times, people can fall susceptible to shit like this. Ask 7K? Yeah, 7K used to live in Ghana. But if he's like, since he's American and stuff, I doubt he was living in like, I mean, were you living in like a small like cutoff village, 7? I don't think so, right? Because I think the buying power of the U.S. dollar is like super heavy in places like those. Fall victim to what? The truth? Salvation? Wait, you talked about TB Joshua? I did talk about TB Joshua. I remember when he cured a homosexual? But the thing about this is, right, the money's going to keep flowing because people inevitably fall for shit like this. The money's going to keep flowing. But the arcs are being built. They're not really going to be arcs, and I don't think they're really going to be able to even sail. And obviously, the Great Flood isn't coming. But if you look here, the money did go to something that we can see. Trending. Ibo Noah extends his gratitude to everyone who supported him just hours after getting a brand new Mercedes-Benz B-Class worth $89,000.
I want to say a very big thank you to all of you. Not just one for sending it, one for supporting me.
He will use it after the flood.
Still, my name is.
It's a nice car.
It's a very big thank you to all.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you, if you believe the whole world's gonna be flooded, what the fuck is the point in buying a Mercedes?
For your support, for your prayers, and for your...
And now he's gonna drive off into the sunset with all of your fucking money. Dude, the ark is gonna be like a piece of plywood that floats. But yeah, so that's that. Now, has anybody heard of Clavicular? I think his name is Clavicular. He is a big streamer, I guess, on Kick because the worst types of people get promoted on there. I've been seeing his name more and more recently because he has something that we don't, which is consistent clippers, clipping and putting him everywhere. He's like a looks maxer type or whatever. He's made some outrageous claims about his routine. Like, I'm pretty sure using like therapeutic doses of meth. He was caught like injecting what was alleged to be his 17-year-old girlfriend with filler live on stream. And now, today, or I think it was a few days ago, sometime this week, I think, or it might have been earlier, he hit someone with a car. So we're going to check that out. We're going to see what the drama is there. This wasn't like he incidentally, this was intentionally hitting someone with a car. If true, by the way, this will be the second time that we've watched someone die like if this guy died, the guy he hit, this will be the second time we've watched someone die at the hands of like some fucking insane big streamer on Kick. So this is the clip that's being shared with everybody. I'll warn you, if you're like sensitive to videos of people being hit by cars, you're probably not going to like this one. But we're going to check it out. I don't think anything TOS is in it. Oh, last night. Yeah, it happened last night.
Run this guy over here.
Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy in the car. Drive.
Oh my fuck. Oh my god! You probably just ran him over. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So you might ask yourself, wait, hold on, we'll finish the clip.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Now, apparently, what I've been told is that, or what I've heard claims being spread around that earlier the person that he hit was brandishing a firearm. I've seen no confirmation of this, and even if this was true, I don't necessarily know if he was doing this in fear of his fucking life, or that this was his only option to get the fuck out of there. I'd be more sympathetic if the guy was brandishing a firearm and shit, like you do what you need to fucking disarm him and get the hell out of there. But it doesn't look like the guy... Does the guy have a firearm in his hands right now? We can't really see what's in his other hand. Probably not, right? But I would just get the fuck out of there. Now, apparently this guy he hit is like unresponsive or in critical condition. I don't know if he died. There are claims that it was self-defense. We'll check those out. I guess he talks with... Are these... I can't tell if these are police officers or not.
As soon as you hit that gas, you recorded the whole thing?
Yep.
As soon as you hit that gas, you hit that other car. You couldn't see nothing.
No, those are not police. I don't know what... I hadn't seen the video yet. I saw it from far away. Those are obviously not cops.
Because he's on top
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
shit.
I can't see shit.
That's when you don't take
Well,
off.
well, that's why.
You got police here
Well, when
already.
you're afraid. Well, I don't know what's going
I
on.
know how you feeling, but
Yeah.
you could have a little bit more calm on that. We don't know how this motherfucker.
No, you don't know. There's
This motherfucker
armed.
doesn't say anything,
There's
but
armed people surrounding my
you
car.
jump on your car?
Yeah, and they're armed. They all have pistols. I look
Y'all
at.
have pistols?
They all have pistols. So.
If they could prove that, you're a little bit.
Okay, that
well,
doesn't...
one,
Were they brandishing it, or did you just know that they had pistols? Yeah, this obviously is not self-defense. Even the way he's talking about it now. If this was something you really didn't want to do and had to do out of desperation, we'd be seeing some sort of indication of, like, fear on this guy, on his face a little bit. Yeah, he looks more annoyed than he did, like, genuinely fearful for his fucking life. I don't know who the guy is that's jumping on the hood of his car. Obviously, that's, like, out of pocket and shit. Do I think that the guy deserves to get run over and potentially killed? Obviously not.
the pistols. The one.
Open carry, but they can't open
It doesn't
the
matter.
car.
It doesn't matter. They're all unregistered guns.
Oh yeah, then that's different. Then. If it's unregistered, then.
Yeah.
Showed you, they flashed it on you.
Okay, just because the firearms are unregistered doesn't give you the right to run someone over.
I see the print popping through their sweatpants when they're pressing us. I see the guys.
Not enough. With the
I see.
pressing you,
I see a pistol.
it looked like a fan.
Yes.
Oh, so now he's claiming he saw it through their sweatpants. The guy that's doing this looks like he's potentially stream sniping him or doing something for content. So I doubt that, like, you have anything that would reasonably indicate this guy's gonna fucking shoot you. It seems like this guy's being an annoying jackass for his stream, which is just, like, kind of the nature of being on Kick. Yeah, obviously it's uncalled for and stuff. But to go and then run him over that is, like, totally excessive and a fucking crime. And if this guy ends up dying as a result, you very well... I mean, I don't think this would be vehicular manslaughter, right? This could be potentially, like, second-degree murder, no? If he gets annoyed and then fucking runs him over, which is something that any reasonable person would believe has the capability of killing another. So it would be an impulsive in the moment decision, making it second degree and murder.
They were aggressing us. Yep. He's alive? What?
Yeah, I've heard some said he's dead, some said he's alive, some said, I mean, if you get run over by a fucking Cybertruck, he could survive that. He could totally survive that. But it could also very reasonably kill him. And if he does survive it, he's definitely gonna have some fucked up injuries. Now, there is some apparent context provided to, hold on, alleged clip from before the incident. Let me see those. Apparently, there was a clip found in his deleted VOD leading up to this incident. So let's take a look.
Your best course of action is just get in your whip and get the fuck out.
Yeah, I know the best course of action, but I want to kill each and every one of these guys.
In GTA.
No, I want to.
This is apparently in reference to the group of people that were like harassing him. I don't know how this clip looks real. I don't know how real it is. It seems real to me. If this is true, like this, yeah, this guy might legitimately be good. This guy's probably going away.
Well,
$2 from Buckley. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Cover. Yeah, I'm gonna cover that. That's on the docket for later. Thank you so much. Our second dono of the stream. If you guys want to help us out and support us, you can by tipping up through Streamlabs, Super Chats, link in the description. Thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, this is gonna denote like intent as well. So if the guy dies, could they try it as, I mean, if I was a prosecutor, I'd go, I think second degree is safer in a case like this. Because you have double jeopardy, right? You can't go and retry him if you would go for the charge you know you're gonna get a conviction on. So I wouldn't leave it up to just this one clip to make my first degree case, but you might be able to try him for second degree murder if the guy dies, right? And then apparently, so the guy he hit was somebody that was a part of a group that was allegedly bothering him earlier in the night. In regards to this group, there's been somebody on Twitter has posted apparently context leading up to this. So let's take a look. These guys seem like they might be when you're IRL streaming, you run the risk of people who also want attention going and stream sniping you, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking to fucking kill you. And I don't think he believed that either. But let's take a look.
Get this
little guy.
I don't think this is from the same guy trying to troll clavicular neon gets body slammed by security. Alright.
bitch ass nigga. Shut the fuck up, man. What's wrong with you, nigga?
He's gonna sue him. I don't give a fuck. If you go and throw water on somebody, like, and they go and fuck you up, I honestly don't care. I don't care. That guy, like, deserved to have his ass beat in that clip. Obviously, that's not what happened, but, like, yeah, if you're going to people like that and fucking throwing liquids on them, yeah, you could, like, totally kick this person's ass. Not legally, of course, but...
Your buddy Ed Matthews. Come on now. Release the cookie file. That's all you want to know. Release it.
So these are rage baiters. They're here to rage bait him and get a fucking reaction and get a response. There's no indication that they have intent to actually go and harm him.
Tell him about the N-word. He said it today. Oh, yeah. I have to check you. Yeah. Why do you think calling black people the nigger is bad? You can't say that. How you feel about that? You can't say that, bro. You can't call us niggers. We work hard for our people. We work hard for our moms. Don't call us our niggas. Don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't touch me. I don't give a fuck. Don't touch me. Why are you touching me for?
If these guys were looking to fucking shoot you, why wouldn't they just do it right now? They're obviously angry at you. Why wouldn't they shoot you now? But now you have reasonable fear they're going to shoot you later. If in this exchange you believed at this point these people have the capability to shoot you, why the fuck are you still even there? Why aren't you walking away? Why aren't you running away if you believe they have a fucking gun?
Don't touch me. Put your hands down. Don't touch me.
Just go.
Bro, your best course of action is just get in your whip and get the fuck out.
Yeah, I know the best course of action, but I want to kill each and every one of these guys.
In GTA.
No, I want to.
Well...
Run this guy over here.
Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy.
So they come back. The guy has his phone out, meaning what he is looking for is a reaction and content. Zero indication that there is intent here to cause harm, as there has been prior interactions with this individual where he was showing the same intent to be an annoying fuck and get attention, not to cause actual bodily harm. And if you, at this point, which I don't believe he did, but if you legitimately believe this guy could harm you, drive away. Drive away. Was there no room to back up and get the fuck out of there? Like, drive away or call the cops to get this fucking guy off your car. But the other thing too is there's clear motive here. There's clear motive. They're obviously there to enrage him and elicit a reaction, and they have successfully done so, considering later on as he's walking away, where they didn't cause bodily harm to him, he admits that he wants to kill them. When asked to clarify, he says, no, like I actually want to in real life. And then later on, they're back to elicit that same rage. So there would be a motive here other than self-defense that is very apparent. Obviously not self-defense.
You probably just ran him over. Oh my god.
I mean, the best defense he could use if you wanted to if the other clips didn't exist and you wanted to spin it, I just was scared. I wanted to get out of there, and I thought I had put the car into reverse, and I accidentally, I guess, didn't. I hit the accelerator, and I wasn't thinking properly in the moment because I was a little nervous, and I accidentally ran over the guy or whatever. In a and then you'd get charged with something probably, but it wouldn't be like, if you can actually successfully go with that defense, you might be able to get it downgraded from fucking murder if this guy dies.
Oh my god.
5 from Puddle Sucker. Lil bro, you can't even drive. How are you gonna have an opinion on this? So true. And then that defense doesn't work even more when he's driving away. If he tries to claim that it was accidental, that he was like really nervous, he wanted to get the fuck out of there, and for whatever reason, thought that he'd put it into reverse, and he was like, oh fuck, or whatever, then like, but that defense doesn't even work when that reaction isn't evident and he's actively driving away from the scene.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Bro. Oh shit, dude! Oh shit! Okay. Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's over. This guy needs to go to jail. This guy needs to go to prison. It's over, dude. There's no way to fucking spin it. If this guy comes out, like, with severe bodily injuries, like, attempted murder, you have a case for attempted murder. If he dies, second degree. Like, this is fucking insane.
They were surrounding our car.
No, cheeser.
You hit that gas? You recorded the whole thing?
Yep.
So once you hit that gas, you hit that other car. You couldn't see nothing.
Or hell, when he's on the hood, what if you were to put it into drive without hitting like the accelerator or anything and slightly move the car so he knows you're trying to drive and he gets off the hood?
Yeah, exactly. I can't see shit.
That's when you don't take
well, that's why. Well, when you're afraid. Well, I don't know what's going on.
I know how you feeling, but
yeah.
He's afraid. It's such bullshit too.
Oh wow.
A little bit more calm on that. We don't know how this motherfucker.
No, you don't.
I needed Aiden Ross's commentary to truly digest this.
But there's armed people surrounding my car. Yeah, and they're armed. They all have pistols. They all have pistols. So. Well, the ones with pistols, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's self-defense. No?
Oh my, how does this fucking guy manage to have the worst take on literally everything? On everything, he comes out of it with the worst take. In what fucking world is that self-defense? Literally every situation, Aiden Ross manages to come. I mean, I don't know if this is part of his marketing strategy, just like be like a fucking moron, and then like get like attention that way from all the clippers that put your face everywhere. I don't know if that's like an intentional part of his strategy, but every situation, this guy's always walking out with the worst opinion.
Yeah. I see the print popping through their sweatpants when they're pressing us.
They pulled up on Sweater at our Airbnb, And they're like, Kodak Black sent me to press you for throwing ramen on Marky.
What? That's so weird.
That is weird. Make no question about it. These guys seem like assholes, rage baiters that are attempting to elicit attention. And if you know anything about IRL streaming, there's a good chance. You shouldn't have to, but there's going to be a good chance that you have to deal with these people. Everyone does. Okay? Like, in that situation, you just need to know how to fucking control yourself and walk away. And if they continue to pursue, I mean, you have a whole entourage there. Somebody can, like, call the police or something, right? If you can't deal with that possibility, you should be streaming at home from your setup. Like, you shouldn't be walking around in real life in public locations where anybody can show up and try to bother you and elicit some sort of reaction, especially when you're already controversial, which Clavicular is, right?
Put in the closets.
They pulled up to his house. His house?
I think that's what it took off.
Holy shit.
Are they towing him?
I don't see why.
Trying to leave up out of here?
Nah, that's my friend right there.
Oh man, come on, bro. He the good guy.
He is?
The motherfucker on the ground, the bad guy. He did what he was supposed to, run his motherfucking asshole.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Brother's safe.
Yeah.
They're falling for Clavicular's bullshit. He knows how to talk to people. Like, he very obviously didn't believe the shit he was saying. He's like, yeah, man, I was so scared. And nothing he has done is indicative of somebody that was genuinely fearful of these individuals, because you can see how he behaves in the previous interactions with them. And at any point in those prior interactions, if they were looking to harm him, they very well could have. And we've seen no evidence that they tried. We've just seen evidence that these people want to rage bait him for the sake of attention and content, which is probably what that guy was doing when he was jumping on the hood of the car, as evidenced by the fact he was holding a phone and filming while he was doing it. I get that doesn't necessarily negate the possibility that he could shoot you, right? That he has and I know that it's irrational if you're going to shoot someone to have your phone out and film it unless you're planning to go with them and you're willing to go to prison for life to send a message about Clavicular. But possibility in and of itself isn't really like going to work for self-defense. It's going to be probability. In the position you were in, did you have reasonable belief that this person was about to cause you, not that they had the ability to, but they were about to cause you grievous bodily injury or death, which he didn't, based on the evidence we've seen.
Bro, I wasn't nowhere near here. I had left.
And his behavior shows that he didn't believe he did either.
You know what the trick is? I don't know him, right?
Yeah.
But when he was coming in, I just was joking saying, hey, bro, put me on the vlog.
Yeah.
I see him coming out.
Yo, thank you so much, Chud Logic, for the fucking raid. Super fucking base. Much appreciated. I didn't know Chud was going to be live today.
And it was some guys.
It's Juice Streamer Day, bro. It's Juice Streamer Day.
No, yeah, I don't think I saw that. I was with him.
Or what was transpired, but you can tell it.
I don't know if Chud covered it yet. We're covering the Clavicular drama.
Wasn't nothing nice.
People like that.
It wasn't nothing nice.
Yeah.
I came over here.
That's what I told him.
You better walk around with people.
Sure. I walked into his car and I left. I don't want to like record nothing without like not knowing.
Also, is this in Texas or Florida? Because that's where all these like fucking kick streamers live. It's Texas or Florida. I think even Ice Poseidon moved to Texas, right? One of those two places.
We're good.
This is going to be some really popular spot, and I'm going to look like a dumbass, but I don't have a lot of experience in Texas, and I've only had experience around the Miami area. I haven't been to any other part of Florida, except Orlando. I've been to Orlando.
He's not dead. The girl just said he's not dead.
Oh, okay.
They had him on the stretcher though.
Clav.
Yeah, dude, people's immediate description of somebody who's just been grievously, like, harmed, in its immediate aftermath is going to be a really good indication for if they live or not. I don't have enough to suggest that this is an injury he could very well survive, but once again, also has a high potential of killing him, so I need to know the details more about in what way specifically he was injured, but it's a fucking Cybertruck. It's like a fucking Cybertruck, albeit it wasn't, traveling at high rates of speed. But the injury would be predominantly from getting crushed, not the impact of, being hit at high speeds.
Oh,
hey,
my streams, I got banned on Kick. I don't know.
No, they didn't ban you. Listen, I'm live. Don't worry.
I hope Chud loses his career. Deplorable snake. Why?
Like,
we like Chud logic. We like Chud logic.
You need to just go on IG Live. You need to be live, okay? You need to be recording something, okay? You need to be live for this.
We're recording. I'm recording.
Okay. What are they saying they're going to detain you?
They haven't spoken to me yet, but
if he's claiming self-defense and it's immediate aftermath, they might launch an investigation and then detain. It might not be like immediate detention per se.
I'm not going to say anything without
a lawyer. Correct.
Well, it's a bit too fucking late for that, buddy. You literally on your stream were talking about how these guys who were trying to elicit rage in you had elicited rage to the point where you actually wanted to kill them, which you even clarify was like when somebody gives you the chance to play it off as a joke for TOS reasons, you clarify, no, in real life, I want to do this. I get that doesn't completely denote that it was just some comment out of anger, right? I've said shit like that with no legitimate attempt to kill somebody. But then even in the immediate aftermath, where somebody who was in a real self-defense situation would be like even if your self-defense was like, let's say, reasonable, and you're a normal fucking person, that's still gonna be a tragic like situation for you. You're still gonna have. I get everybody expresses emotions differently, but you're still going to be like fucking emotional, potentially your heart rate's going to be up, etc. In this scenario, he's completely calm, completely laid back, and then denotes a second time in the aftermath of the incident that he actually wishes that what he did had killed that person, which doesn't show a high level of distress.
Just do not say... Yes, of course I do. Look, just hang tight, record, don't say anything.
Who is Chud sweeping for?
Don't answer questions, and just don't say anything, okay? I let it play out, but...
Dude, you think you've just killed somebody? Don't call a lawyer. Call just some random, like, Jew you know. Also, Aiden Ross, really serves as a, a refutation against, like, stereotypes about Jewish IQ.
You need to be recording. Somebody needs to record you.
The whole thing's being recorded, but I need,
Don't worry about that. Yes, I know what you need, and trust me, yes, I got you. The good thing is, listen, it's Christmas, and a lot of my lawyers, they don't celebrate Christmas, so you're going to be good.
So true. So true. I mean, that is unironically good advice. I want, if you're getting a lawyer, make sure that there's a Berg or a Steen at the end of his fucking name, okay? The stereotype that is true is about Jewish lawyers, okay? We tend to make good lawyers. Anyways. Atozi, actually, real quick, it's related, but it's kind of a pivot, but I want to check this out really quick. Aiden Ross, who manages to come away from every situation with the worst take, gave a take that was, like, really stupid. Where is this shit? Hold on. Now, suicide is a very complex topic. It's really gonna, like, differ from person to person as to why they did it or what was going through their head. We're not really gonna always have those answers. But, hold on. The actor who, I know he was in It too, I didn't really see him in other stuff, but James Ransone, is that how you pronounce his name? He took his own life. And Aiden Ross thought he should be the guy to, like, share his take about that with the world. So I'd really love to see what Aiden Ross has to say on the topic of suicide, especially a guy who talks to a demographic that is very susceptible to it, you know? Young men born to a generation that has endless amounts of mental health problems. You obviously want to tackle such a immense topic appropriately. So what was his take?
I heard about that actor that killed himself, the dude from It.
No way he killed himself. The clown guy?
Dude.
No, not the
It too. He's from It too. You didn't hear about that? That shit was all on my feed. That shit pissed me off, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, I know it's a hot take. People are gonna get mad at me. That is selfish, bro. He had a kid and a wife, bro. That's selfish as fuck, bro.
No, it is.
Like, I'm sorry, chat.
But, like,
this narrative, people love to use this narrative that it's like they're such bad people for going and making this selfish decision. But you have to understand, for many people who commit suicide, the thing that drives them to it, they legitimately believe that what they are doing might be a good thing for the people that love them because they have a warped perception of their reality, one that is incredibly negative, surrounding themselves, and they believe that this isn't everyone who does it, but they believe in the course of it that they're actually doing good for the people that they love, which, you know, almost in every instance where people actually think this, it's not correct. But when you decide to take an act that is so, like, the ultimate act that ruins your life, or ends your life, it's not one that happens easily. Even people who think about doing it, that walk up to the point of doing it, don't go through with it because it's such a consequential decision and involves something that is one of the most scary things to the average person, which is the unknown. What's gonna happen now that life is over? Am I gonna, be in hell or whatever the fuck? And it's not easy to make. So for somebody to actually go and do it, they have to be under indescribable amounts of pain that we can't even comprehend or fathom. And their perception of reality is not going to be one that's going to be in line with, ours or the people around them. And furthermore, I don't think when he had kids, he was having kids knowing that he was going to go and do this. It's not always something that like, this guy thinks when he had kids, like he was thinking, yeah, on this day in 2025, I'm going to take my life or whatever. That's obviously, that wasn't what's going through his head. And just because you've struggled with those feelings yourself doesn't mean you can't be a good parent and shouldn't have kids. So this is a horrible take because Aiden Ross has really fucking shitty takes on literally everything. And I think that when dealing with a topic as serious as this, to the audience that he talks to, there should be like a degree of understanding and sensitivity with how you're going to go and approach it. Anyways. Well, no, it's actually good to talk about it around now because if I remember correctly, based on, like, this is the time of the year, I'm pretty sure, where suicides just peak around New Year's. I think New Year's, if I remember correctly, the day of New Year's or New Year's Eve is like the most suicidal night of the year, if I remember correctly. I could have that one slightly off, but I know that around this time, this is generally when shit like that spikes. But anyways, back to the main subject, which Aiden Ross decided to chime into. Atozy, we love him, great friend of the channel, made a video going over this entire situation, and I want to see if he talked about or discussed anything that I might have missed.
With Thrive.
And also, the whole notion that people who do this are cowards is, like, moronic, because the act in and of itself, as I explained before, requires, literally our biology and evolution is, like, revolved around avoiding death. Humans fear death. To actually go and run into it and make that choice for yourself, that is not cowardice. That is, like, sad, because the level of pain that would drive you to that must be immense.
This kick streamer might have just destroyed his life live.
Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
Well, I didn't mean to slow it down.
Oh my fucking. Oh my god!
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully. What did I just watch? There is a lot to the story that we're going to be covering in this video, but honestly, out of all the things...
Specifically, it's spring? Oh. If I thought that New Year's was like New Year's Eve, I feel like I learned it in one of my psych classes that, like, New Year's Eve, you did see a spike in this. I guess there could be a spike, but not like the largest spike.
done, that might have been the dumbest. Like the fact that all this happened live is just jaw-droppingly stupid. Did he forget he was live streaming? But again, I know there's a lot of backstory here and I know he's going to be arguing self-defense here, but either way, this is most likely going to be an extremely long and expensive legal battle. So who are we talking about today? Well, this is Clavicular. He's essentially Kick's new controversial rising star. He essentially comes across as a Love Island contestant on stimulants, and what's made him incredibly controversial is the lengths that he will go for looks max. And looks maxing is essentially
Well, I know, I'm not like, I know a lot of like commentary people or people in this genre, and listen, I totally understand if you do this. I think Chud might be this way. Having like serious emotional conversations like that, it's like cringe, whatever. But I do think that like, yes, like suicide is like a very important topic to tackle. And in the history of this community, right? In the history of this, like I've been around now, my first commentary video, I think, was made sometime around like February of 2017. So I've been around for quite some time now, right? Nearly, I think in total, it's about a decade, approaching that, within a year, right? And there have been several people in this community who did take their own life. I think it's just like an important thing to cover.
The Gen Z term for maximizing your physical appearance. So he'll essentially shell every plastic surgery possible and do anything he can, in his words, to mog on people, which includes claiming to use the Walter White special just to stay lean and wanting a full jaw reconstruction surgery and height surgery when he's already above 6 foot. Now, there's obviously a whole lot more to his storyline here, but we're talking about this current situation.
Why would you want to get taller if you're about, like, I'm exactly 6 foot. Well, 6'3" if I want to cope. But I don't know, like, I feel like that's like the best place to be. Anywhere between like 5'10", 5'11", and like 6'2", 6'3" is like the sweet spot or whatever. I feel like when people get even taller than that in terms of guys, like you get to the point where you're just like freakishly tall, like you stand out amongst everybody else. You know, I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing, but I don't know why you would want to get even taller.
Not a full backstory on him. So who's this guy? The dude on the hood. Well, apparently he's another smaller influencer and streamer.
I am 6 foot. I'm literally meeting multiple streamers like a week from now. They can all vouch. Like I've met, you guys say this as if it's something I could lie about. I can't. I get the same reaction every time I meet someone from the internet for the first time. It's like, damn, you're taller than I thought you would be. I hear it every time. I don't think height is like a huge deal, so obviously I don't give a fuck or need to exaggerate to brag about it. If I was one of those people that always goes an inch taller, I would just tell you I'm 6'1", right? But because I'm a quarter of the inch to there, but
who gets his attention from harassing IRL streamers in public. And it's safe to say the dude seems like a complete degenerate because this is the kind of content he makes.
My first meal at McDonald's because I've been rich for a couple of years. I never had McDonald's, I'll be honest.
If you want to tell me like a guy that harasses and orbits Kick streamers in like Florida or Texas, this is exactly the fucking look that like, this is exactly the look that I think of. The unfunny like meme that used to be like, the 0.1% of germs Lysol doesn't kill. That's what this guy fucking looks like.
So essentially he does the same stuff that a lot of these like nuisance streamers and TikTok pranksters, if you want to even call them that, do for attention. But in addition to that, he also harasses other IRL streamers. So interesting guy. So he does a whole bunch of stuff like that, music, I guess, and flexes stuff.
I'm only 21 years old. I'll hop in the McLaren. I got 2 buzz downs. Everybody.
Yeah, it sounds like his brain just isn't getting enough oxygen. So you have all this, and then you have him following around other streamers and harassing them. And here we have a clip of him throwing a drink on Clavicular. And he's also harassed plenty.
Yeah, at this point, right, when you're throwing drinks on people, I mean, I don't think you deserve to die and get hit by a car, because first of all, that's pussy shit, but second of all, like, if you're going and actually throwing drinks on people, I don't give a fuck if they end stream and then go and beat the fuck out of you. Like, at that point, it's, like, totally deserved. Like, if that happens to you, I'm not encouraging it, okay? I disavow. It still is illegal. If you go and then press charges over that, you're also a total bitch. Like, you know what you're doing. But, like, if you're throwing drinks on people and shit, like, yeah, you need someone to beat the fuck out of you.
Of other IRL streamers. But he started the night by posting that he was outside, and it seems like the Kick community took it as he was on his way to harass IRL streamers, and he definitely did.
I got the biggest clip tonight.
Because for these people, they don't, any attention and publicity is good attention and publicity. And this is how Kick works as well. All the like clips of Aiden Ross looking stupid actually somehow help him. All the clips of like Clavicular doing some insane shit help him, brings it. I only know Clavicular's name through like negative attention he's received, because any publicity is good. So people like this, them looking like an idiot and acting insane and getting you to cover it and be like, look how insane this guy is an achievement for them. That's why they do what they do. And in the context of going on to stream sniping IRL streams, they want a reaction from the streamer that is going to get clipped to shit and get their name out there. Obviously, in this case, he did get that reaction, but the reaction was literally getting run over by a fucking truck.
They're recording me. $2.2 million. I already signed my Kodak Black. I bought everyone in Miami. I'm merging. The biggest clip. Clap. You don't want to do it.
Yeah, we need to ban Miami from live streaming. We need to just ban Miami needs to be banned from stream. I know a lot of the Chud people that have come over really agree with that take for a whole different reason. But like a lot of the internet's problems would legitimately be solved if you've ever taken a gambling sponsorship, you're not allowed to stream. And if you've streamed from Miami or Texas, you're not allowed to stream.
I mean, this is just pathetic. I don't know why Clav would play into him by pouring something on him, but to me, this doesn't look like it happened tonight, but it shows a past of them interacting with each other. But this situation we're about to watch seemed to happen right before the car clip.
Why is he entertaining this guy? Because somebody like this is incredibly fucking insecure and is like attempting to overcompensate for something. So rage bait is gonna work particularly well for like an egotistical psycho like this guy, right? That's why he's entertaining, because this is probably causing like a ton of rage that he is absolutely unable to control.
Hey, Matthew, come on now. Release the cookie file. That's all you want to know. Release it.
Tell him about the N-word. He said it today.
Oh, yeah. I have to check you. Why do you think calling black people is bad?
You can't say
How you feel about that? You can't say that, bro. You can't call us. We work hard for our people. We work hard for our moms. Don't call us. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Why are you touching me for it? Don't touch me. Put your hands down. Don't touch me.
Then after they broke away, it seems like Clavicular had this comment about the altercation.
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, as always, you could tip, okay? Give me some of your Christmas money that I don't deserve. You could tip through Streamlabs Super Chat. Another great way to support us is through liking the stream. Thanks to Chud, we have 200 concurrent on Christmas Day, exceeding my expectations. And if you like what you see, like the stream. We just dropped to 182. Okay. Like the stream.
Yeah, I know the best course of action, but I want to kill each and every one of these guys.
And maybe even subscribe if you're new here.
in GTA.
No, I want to.
Well,
yeah, I mean, that just makes things so much worse. His friend even tried to give him a way out, and then he just doubled down. So my understanding is they then went to the car, and then this happened.
Run this guy over here.
Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
Oh my fucking.
Yo, thank you, Big Aaron with the $1. A pile of poop with a face. Listen, guys, I'm okay going after Lolcow Convoy, but talking about his wife is too far. Let's refrain from that.
Oh my god!
You can show the impact, can't you?
I'm overclocked.
Like, the girl's reaction, obviously that's not how everyone's gonna react in a situation, but she's, like, distressed because another human being just got seriously harmed. Even if they deserved it and it was an actual self-defense scenario, somebody with a conscience that didn't actually mean or want to do something like this would be distressed. If somebody breaks into your house with the intent to kill you and you're a normal person and you take their own life, even though you know that you did what you had to and it was just, it's still gonna fucking be pretty traumatic to take the life of another human being.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Off the car. He was on the car. Oh my god.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Like, that comment in the immediate aftermath, like, you could, the previous comment, you could say, oh, he just said it out of anger, but now he's actually, like, fearful of his life. In the immediate aftermath of this, him going and making such a statement is really going to be like, okay, this was a malicious, intentional act that directly relates to the statement that he made beforehand when he was walking away in the prior interaction with these people. This was potentially premeditated, etc. I mean, no, it wouldn't be premeditated because he didn't know they were going to go up to his car, but this was essentially done with the intent of, I just want to harm these people.
Again, this is just such a hard watch, and obviously
$2 from Scallywag, a white unicorn with rainbow hair. Thank you so much.
the dude who jumped on the hood is a complete moron and probably deserves to find out for doing something that stupid for clout. You don't jump on someone's car hood. At least to me, it seems like the dude who jumped on his hood, he did so with the intent to harass Clavicular. But I think it's pretty safe to say,
yeah, I would not shoot, like, would I, if push came to shove, if I had the means, if I knew somebody was about to seriously harm me or take my life and I had the means to stop them with force, of course I would go and do that, right? That's not to sound like a badass. Once again, the preservation of life when you go into like fight or flight mode is going to be your top priority, and anyone in that circumstance is gonna do that. You would think, but I would do anything in my power or capacity to avoid having to go and do that, right? Beforehand, I would see if there were other. Obviously, once again, I get that in a real moment like that, the ability to actually like rationally decide, can I go and do this instead, is going to be severely impeded. But when the guy's jumping on his hood with a phone out, you actually do have that time, if you believe he could potentially go and harm you, to figure out, okay, what can I do to get the fuck out of here?
that Clavicular made his life a whole lot harder with that dumb decision as well, because as is, the clip seems excessive to me. More context could easily change this, but as of right now, it seems very excessive. Okay, so let's go over some of the facts that we know. So Clavicular claims the guy had a firearm, and if we find any credible threats the guy actually made to him, that would definitely help him a whole lot, alongside of Florida not having a duty to retreat law. So he definitely has that going for him. What might hurt him is the proportionate of force when it comes to self-defense in Florida.
And the fact that there was no reason to believe you were, like, a reasonable person wouldn't necessarily believe they were at risk of bodily injury or death.
Because after you got on the hood, from the clip, it looks like Clavicular tried to end his life. Yes, the guy was harassing him on the hood, but it didn't look like he was trying to take Clavicular's life. And remember, Clavicular is in a Tesla Cybertruck. It's an armored truck that accelerates extremely.
Okay, if he goes and drives off, if he believes this guy's and the guy does pull out a pistol and starts like shooting, you know, if a window gets hit or something, like, you're still gonna get shot, right? If it hits the rest of the car, maybe not, especially if it's like small arms fire. But there still is a risk of going through the back windshield and hitting you in the head or some shit.
Extremely fast, and it doesn't crumple. So if you're pinned between a Cybertruck and something, you're gonna get turned into Jello, because that's
Florida allows you to carry firearms on your person in public, right? So if these people just happen to have a gun, like, that's not reason. Like, knowing that somebody has a gun and not liking them is not reason to use self-defense. That's not proportionate, and there's no reason to be in immediate fear for your life.
a heavy truck. But from the clip, it looks like Clavicular tried to end his life, especially with the comments he made before.
I'm gonna kill each and every one of these guys.
And after running him over.
Is he dead?
Yo, 20 from Patrick. What the fuck? Merry Christmas, Aiden. I think it's time we should make California, Texas, Florida, and New York become their own countries and leave the rest of the U.S. to rot, since the four I mentioned can become their own thing. Sort of true. When you look at like the huge economies of places like California, a lot of that involves like exports to other states, and reliance on like for example, like tech companies, which are a big part of California's GDP, are like reliant on like centers and research based in other states that kind of work to get like a state's like GDP now as a part of a union is obviously not going to stay remotely the same in the event of secession. I know that you were joking, but I've heard people unironically propose this, and I think that all that would do is harm the quality of life for both sides.
Hopefully.
And to me, at least, it comes across that he was angry with the guy and wanted to retaliate rather than self-defense. But obviously, this is still an evolving story. We don't know the condition of the guy yet, and as of now, no charges have been filed, and we still don't have the full side of the story from Clavicular. So obviously, a whole lot of context can be added here, but I have a feeling this might go down as one of the largest legal cases that we've seen unfold on Kick. But what happened after? We have clippers claiming a helicopter ambulance was called in. And I mean, from the look of the clip, that's not unlikely, but still, I don't know if I want to trust a clipper, because you have to be so careful with trusting the information from these clippers, because they will just outright say whatever.
Has the guy that he ran over made any public statement if he is alive? Because somebody like this would immediately, even if he was severely injured and he's now presently in a hospital bed, he would be filming himself and like streaming it or something. Like, if the guy has not said anything, the guy that he ran over, there's a really good chance this guy's like still like so he was so egregiously injured he's potentially unconscious, right? This happened last night.
It's engagement. But it seems like Clav realized how serious this
Yo, thank you, Patrick. Also, Cybertrucks are awful. They are not bullet. I see a ton of them in California, more than I've ever seen in my more Teslas than I've ever seen in my life, more Cybertrucks than I've ever seen in my life.
situation is, and he called for someone who knew Aiden Ross for help.
Yo, do you know any defense lawyers?
I don't. I've never been in any type of situation, so I don't know any.
Fuck, I'm on live right now, but I want to have like, if, I don't know if you could ask like Aiden or something. But yeah, no, this is.
So Aiden Ross then calls him on stream and says that he'll get him lawyers.
I'm live. Don't worry. Like, you need to just go on IG live. You need to be live, okay? You need to be recording something, okay? You need to be.
We already saw. Okay, there's nothing new here.
Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing new. Okay, well, that's that situation. I've seen people disseminating what looks like a mugshot. I don't know if he's actually been arrested as a result of this, but I wouldn't be surprised if an arrest is coming at some point. Now, I was sent by Bobby B, who told me at least 7 times in chat that he sent me this. Thank you, Bobby. I'm kidding. I don't care. It was a joke, being facetious. But he sent me some prior clip. My only knowledge of who Clavicular is has been through negative coverage. But Bobby B sent me this video of Claviculars that apparently just like demonstrates how fucking crazy he is.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm sure you guys saw the title of this video, and we're interested to see what happens. So I want to do this video as a little bit of a story time, and kind of explain my current situation and how this all unfolded. But yes, the title is true.
Oh, he has been arrested? If somebody has something on that, some official confirmation, or put it in the inbox.
I was kicked out of uni for essentially roid maxing and looks maxing, whatever the term you want to use is. But unfortunately, someone decided to archive all of my posts and apparently find out where I went to university and send them all to the public safety at my university, detailing all my alleged activities, which prompted them, the university, to do a search of my room and uncover certain looks maxing peptides and things like hormones and TRT.
I don't know if this is even like, you have to take like his behavior at like, you can't take it at face value because you don't need to be an Oscars tier actor to, but like people like this, right? Their attention is derived from negative perception. A lot of the attention they get and growth is going to be derived from negative coverage of them. So they will purposefully say things that will increase that.
So unfortunately, I was kicked from university for this, and I'm not sure how we're looking in terms of whether I'll go back or not at this current point. Now, this happened to me about 1 month ago, so I'm not exactly sure which person on the forum decided to go ahead and do this, but I know it was someone from the LooksMax forum, unfortunately, so I guess I got the best of me, but now I am able to fully dedicate my time to looks maxing, so I think this is going to wind up being a blessing.
Unironically, I think the whole looks maxing trend, although it's like, yeah, there are like basic things a lot of ugly types can do to like really make themselves like, more attractive or whatever. I think like looks maxing has just become like a platform for males with body dysmorphia, because they're like fixated on shit that nobody else even fucking notices. And I unironically think like it's just like a community. The internet allows you to seek out people with common interests and form communities surrounding it. And in many cases, like even schizophrenics with shared delusions have come together to form communities that reaffirm their delusions. Like you have like targeted individual forums where they believe like the government is implanting electric devices in their house to fuck with them, that have formed whole communities. And with the looks maxing shit, I think that like a lot of men who suffer from body dysmorphia have like congregated to. I mean, this is like kind of like the male version of Thinspo Twitter or ED Twitter, where like the people are posting about like how little they eat and how skinny they are, deriving euphoria from the notion that other people are like, oh my God, you need to eat more. What's going on? Like that, to those people, that unironically brings them pleasure. I think this is like kind of like the male version of that. And it's obviously not going to be healthy.
In the end. But let me go a little bit into the story and explain kind of how these events unfolded. So as soon as I got to uni, I was already, on hormones. I was on TRT, of course, and I continued that. I had a plan to keep being on TRT in my time in uni, and unfortunately, I was dumb enough to let people know that on the forum, and someone decided to go ahead and.
I mean, there's like genuinely good advice these types can give. Like, he has good skin. Like, there are grooming YouTubers. Like, what? It's cringe as fuck. But like Alpha M or whatever his name was. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to watch people that would get, when my hair was still straight, I would watch people who gave advice on like hair and shit. There's like a place for that, right? Like what products to use, like your routine and shit. Like you could do that for like, I don't know, your skin, skincare stuff. But like the whole looks maxing, actually going, it gets dangerous when you're getting into the territory of surgery. That you see people who have so much plastic surgery done, they've completely mutilated their body as a result of that, and they still think that the thing about body dysmorphia is, even if you were to surgically address, like, the people with body dysmorphia typically are like fixated in a given moment on one like particular flaw, like my eyes are really too far spread out together, or like my chin is like really weak, like shit that other people, it might be partially real, but it's so insignificant that other people don't really notice it, and then in their mind it's like hyper exaggerated. The thing is, getting that addressed through something like plastic surgery doesn't fix the underlying issue, because what tends to happen with people like that is they'll then get hyper fixated on a different part of their body. Oh, my ears are like too pointy, my ears are too long, and then when that's done, it will be their forehead, and then their cheeks, and then this, and then that, and they come out looking like a fucking fish that you'd like see in an aquarium. I mean, remember Joan Rivers before she died and shit?
In this gestured clown world of America, that's illegal. Testosterone is illegal, guys. You're not actually allowed to do it without a extremely gestured prescription that I can't afford. I don't have health insurance, so I was using underground labs to source testosterone.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I can't afford to go through like some of these online clinics or like an endocrinologist. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a broke 18-year-old and I live at home.
Why do you need testosterone? I mean, there are people that use it as like a steroid, right? I don't know.
With my grandma, so it's like, just go ahead and go through the legal route and spend all this extra money rather than just source it on my own. Just seemed incredibly gestured to me, and that's why I went ahead and made the decision. I don't think I should be vilified for, going this route to save money. It's like, it just seems utterly brutal and ridiculous to expel someone for wanting to optimize their health and, optimize their hormone system, because the endocrine system is the ultimate evil, right? It's like, in this clown world.
I don't know if he actually believes anything he's saying or if he's trying to rage bait. I don't know. But then also, I got sent this clip where he forgets to mute his mic.
Ooh. Fuck.
So he just like did a line of Coke or Adderall.
Bro, this is like fucking Pablo Escobar gave me this shit.
They all live this life, dude. All these like Miami kick streamers, they live this, and it's like, albeit I get like, it's like, who doesn't want to be rich as fuck, being able to buy whatever the fuck they want, like having like, okay, I don't share like other people's like perception of who's pretty and who isn't. I guess these like women would be like conventionally attractive. But like surrounding themselves with women who don't actually love them. There's no real love involved in that they might be fucking, but there's not like romance or intimacy or the knowledge that this person is like genuinely loves you. They're around you because you shower them with attention and gifts, and they do like fucking drugs. I don't see, like, this would be maybe fun for a weekend. I don't see what's fun about living this life. Like, you'd eventually feel like all gross and like bored or gross and like, okay, I want to get back into normal routine. Like, that's how I feel if I'm like staying in a B&B with people and we're like partying and shit or whatever. It's like, okay, by the end of the week, I just feel like gross. I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to fucking, do anything anymore. I just like want to go home, take a shower, and get back into my normal routine. But imagine doing like, it's that, but every day for the rest of your life. It's like, it reminds me of, unironically, it reminds me of, there's a great, I don't know, do we have any Twilight Zone fans out there? Like OG Twilight Zone from like the 60s? Any Twilight Zone fans out there? But there was this really good episode that I watched as a kid called The Good Place, where this like bank robber or some shit, he goes and he gets shot and he dies by the cops. And he wakes up and there's this like fat old man in a white suit that comes up to him and he's like, "You've died. You're now in the afterlife. Welcome." And he's like, so what do I get? He's like, you get anything you want, anything you could possibly imagine. So the guy gets a hotel room with like all his favorite foods, his favorite fucking drinks, everything he wants. He goes down to a casino where he wins every single game, every single night. And he's like, at some point, he's like, I can't take it anymore. Like, I want to do what I used to be doing. I want to go rob a bank. So that he goes set up a bank robbery, but everybody knows like that they've created the bank robbery is always going to a pre-recorded script. So he's always he's winning and getting away with it every time. And eventually he loses it. And he's like, I don't want to be in heaven. Like, I want to get out of here and go to the other place. And the old man is like, this is the other place, meaning that was hell. I feel like these people are living that in the real world.
This shit came straight from Pablo, nigga.
Shit forgot to mute his mic.
You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck.
I mean, I guess this doesn't really seem like the part of the looks maxing lifestyle. Like, he says he uses meth to looks max, and there's reality to the fact that like things like meth are gonna like cause you to like not have an appetite and overeat or anything, but it does other shit to you, like dehydration and dried out skin and chronic aging and stuff that everyone has chronic aging, premature aging, that's gonna like make you look like shit when you get older. So it doesn't really seem like it's a big part of the looks maxing lifestyle, I guess. And I know, but once again, I know it's gonna sound like cope. I would hate a life like this. I would love to like do this like on some weekends. Like, that sounds like a lot of fun. But then like let it be over and go back to living a normal fucking, life where I'm not like kind of the clown that needs to perform to get laughed at. I guess you could say that's what I do now. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Apparently though, the proof that he's got arrested is here.
Energy, bro.
Yeah.
It was always talking about the energy, bro.
Yeah.
Let me see everybody's hands right now. Let me see everybody's hands right now. Hands up. Everybody hands. Hands. Get back. Get back. Everybody else get back.
Get down to the ground.
Get back, sir.
Get down to the ground.
Yeah, I think this is real. The thing, you always have to be dubious about these like interactions they have on, because once again, there's a whole system to how they work. They do something bad or something crazy, or something crazy happens to them on stream, and then it's a bunch of clippers that come out of that and tweet to like 50 different accounts like, such and such got into X situation. Look how crazy it is. And it's a marketing strategy that has really worked for all these guys. It has like the steak logo at the bottom or whatever. It's a marketing strategy that's worked for all these guys. But you have to be extra dubious when shit like this is happening. But they're out in open public and you have guys dressed like cops with what look like guns. That would be like illegal as fuck if these were like set up paid actors. I think this is totally real. I don't know when this happened though.
Everybody's hands out.
Put your hands out straight. Put your hands out straight.
Are you guys calling the police?
No.
No?
We're live streamers. They're swatting.
We're a live streamer.
Yeah. It could just be swatting. Yeah. This is from the no, this is not proof that he got this is from the fucking 18th. Okay. So it stands that we have no proof that Clavicular has been arrested for anything. In regards to the incident that just happened. I didn't see anything substantive. This is from the 18th. This is not related to this incident. What is this that Toki linked? A Nick Andros post. I need to call Nick Andros out. I think he makes good content. But he falls into this trap that a lot of people fall into where you think that having the most points possible makes a video better. No, you want to stick to a few good points and new revelations that you really heavily expand upon. And if you keep finding that you have more and more stuff you want to add, you turn it into a series, especially when you're somebody like Nick Andros that is getting attention for videos about people like Mutahar and Nux Taku. If anything, you'd want to milk the most you can out of that, so you'd want to make more than 2-3 videos about it. You'd want to make as many videos about it as you could. Nick Andros has been working on a video, which he gave me one of the points he's using improving in the video, which I think is like a bombshell on Nux Taku. I think that should be the main point of the video, but it's still not out, and he's not giving me an estimated date, despite telling me that like a long time ago that it was going to be out in a week, because he keeps finding stuff he wants to add. At that point, you just need to go and make another video. Do a video surrounding your bombshell. I don't know what he's even doing at this point, but every time I see him, all I think about is this video that should be coming out that still not has come out.
Years ago, this situation. Now, if we do 4, 6, 7, okay. Ooh. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6. 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7 6 7.
Okay, this is the shit he's doing.
All right, it takes a while for these things to brew up. 6 7. Wait until.
Great stuff, man. That video's never fucking coming out. That video's never coming out. Now, for those of you that do not remember, a while ago, I attempted to cover the allegations against Leaping Lemur, who's one of these. He does essentially what internet anarchists and people like Atozy do, where they summarize without really adding anything. They summarize dramas, except they do it particularly for people that are fringe people that are talked about on Kiwi farms. Now, I don't think it's wrong to make these videos that are just there and exist to summarize situations, because once again, people like me, when there's such convoluted dramas where there's a million fucking bits of info about, having one place where that's aggregated and presented is useful. It's useful so we can then react Andy to it and give our opinions on it. And somewhere like Kiwi Farms, although they compile a bunch of information, you have to really be in it to begin to understand the people they talk about. You have to be involved with like Kiwi Farms. If you're an outsider and click on one of these people's threads, the amount of information presented and like that you have to go through is a lot, right? And it's hidden behind other posts where it's just them kind of referencing inside shit that everybody already knows about. So to have this stuff summarized is useful, right? Now, when I heard that there was a drama involving the Leaping Lemur guy who does these like Kiwi Farm summarization videos, I was trying to figure out what happened, and I couldn't. People from Kiwi Farms are coming into my chat getting frustrated that I wasn't like, I didn't know about this, or I didn't know about that. Just look at the thread, bro. Just look at the thread. So then I go and I look at the thread, and the thread itself is like, it brings up that problem I've spoken about before, where if you haven't really been following this previously, it's a bit kind of hard to cipher through to figure out exactly what's going on or what someone has done wrong. Now, apparently, people have now made videos summarizing what exactly it is that Leaping Lemur did wrong, or summarizing the situation. So we're going to check that out, and then I'll give my comments on that. I was linked this video from...
Yo, what's up?
Mayor Menace. So let's check this out.
Guys, Mayor Menace here, and welcome back to another video. I hope you guys have been having a good day and a good week as well, because today I'm going to be doing a video that I didn't expect to be doing, and it's on the Leaping Lemur. He's really left me no choice but to make this video, because he's done things that nobody can excuse, and to be honest with you guys, it's just straight up evil. This situation would start when Teeth Gums and Lemur would start to have an argument on Twitter, and it was pure cringe. Teeth Gums would start this argument by posting things saying that...
So this was his ex. This was Lemur's ex. By the way, a video that serves the purpose of summarizing this should explain that.
Lemur was a Lolcow himself, or
if you're making a video on a fringe individual, you want to maximize viewership, you should be appealing to the wider public that's not familiar with who this guy is, but wants to learn more about the situation. So you would call it something like, what did he call it? The sudden downfall of Leaping Lemur. You would cover it like this is obviously, I would have to work a title like this, but it would be something along the lines of like the Lolcow commentary, something about him being a Lolcow commentary channel that became what he covers, a Lolcow. So you would formulate a title around that premise that's vague enough where it would appeal to people who are just interested in drama in general, as opposed to people with prior familiarity about the situation.
He was equivalent to the Lolcows. They would go back and forth with tweets for about a day or two, and Lemur would just start posting mad cringe. Now, if you haven't looked on the Kiwi Farms page where everyone found this information from and has only listened to what Lemur said in his video, you're really gonna not know anything that is being talked about and why this cringe, this argument started going down on Twitter. So Lemur would one day...
Okay. I thought that's what this guy's video was gonna do. Apparently it isn't, but lucky for me, I actually have another video that claims to do that, so. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, we're nearly halfway to Streamly goal, so if you want to help us out and support us, you could donate through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. It helps support this channel. And you can also support us if you're new here by subscribing, but more importantly, if you're not new here, hitting the fucking like button, okay? 50 likes, 200 concurrent, there's zero excuse for this. Many stern talking tos will be happening, okay? And people, I don't have to like it. You don't have to like it, right? Right? You can choose not to consent to liking it. But what about my consent? Okay, what about my consent for you to watch this stream without liking it? I didn't consent to that. So if you really think about it, I'm being digitally raped when you watch this and don't like it.
Oh boy, this ego he has about this whole situation is so funny. Oh, they're all gonna forget about it in just a week, don't worry.
Look at me. I'm a god.
No, Squidward. You're a cashier.
Wait a minute. What? No! Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about the leaping lemur. I know not many people have ever expected that we'd have to talk about this, but here we are. So if you're unaware, the leaping lemur is a YouTuber who talks about
Yes, if you're unaware, that perfect. Already, this video is better already. Great job, buddy.
One of the things that differentiated Lemur from the rest of the people in this exact space was he's a lot more vulgar and, I guess, rude to the people that he's covering.
Nova's life is going completely downhill, and his meatball-shaped body is causing more and more momentum to happen.
Quite a few people liked that he didn't hold back on people.
Damn, bro. Roasted. Roasted. So true.
But sometimes it would get a little weird. That's not what we're here to talk about today, though. Today we're talking about some serious allegations against him, of which some he's even just admitted to. Now, I do want to announce before we get really into this video that I made a comment under his apology. Now, this isn't me like totally backtracking or anything. This is a comment that got like 2 likes. Maybe 10 people have ever seen it. But I had not even heard of this drama until he posted a video about it. I responded because in his video, he makes himself sound like the victim. I said, hey man, this sounds horrible. I hope you're doing all right. And then after finding out the full context of everything, I retracted my statement, and I'd like to say that I retract my statement. I am no longer in support of Leaping Lemur. But something you have to understand is his comment section on that video was pretty much singing the same song. Everybody was on his side until more information came out. And if you're still in that same boat, I'm going to show you why being on Lemur's side is probably not that smart of an idea. But yes, I still do want to take accountability because I should not have
Thank you for taking... Okay, this accountability thing should have like been saved for the end.
After that, I see this video go up, which was a Leaping Lemur apology video. Now, like the majority of people, we didn't even know what the hell was going on. Like, what is he even apologizing for? But essentially what he's apologizing for is this weekend that he spent with her. They were a couple for a few months and they decided to meet up in person because keep in mind, this was not like just some random girl.
Wait,
this was a fan of his. And they would go on this.
Where did I go? Did I just disappear? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. I'm back. Oh, wait, I figured it out. This is actually this. I thought this was my display, which is why this was in ultra wide. But no, that's actually my face. Okay, got it.
Little trip together and spend a night in a hotel. And he would describe his recounting of events.
All right, y'all, here we go. I had a feeling that I was going to make this video once shit started going down with my ex, but I'm just doing it right now. I'm going to get ahead of it. So like a few months ago, I had started dating somebody online, which isn't a good idea. Now, I want to say during this relationship, I was like the best.
It's not necessarily, you can date people that you met online, but I don't think you should like ever go official with it until you've met them like in person. Like you could be a situation where you're just like, I don't know, friends with benefits or some shit. And then when you meet them, you can decide if you want to like put a label on it and make that commitment. Like the internet is actually probably like an easier place to meet people, because once again, you have people congregating over mutual interests. So you're going to meet people who kind of care about the shit you care about in a fashion that's way more easy to do compared to going through the motions of real life, right? Not everybody in the classes you're in is going to like what you like. Not all your coworkers. And you could use dating apps, but I think those are really cringe. So I don't know if the internet is like if you shouldn't date people that you've met online, but if you're a fucking Lolcow YouTuber, yeah, you probably should be looking to real life alternatives.
Best I possibly could be to this person. Like, I gave them grace. They had made mistakes and I had let them make those mistakes. I'd sat there and I tried, and this was just me trying to like do the best by my partner, you know what I mean? And like give them the space to grow and give them the space to fail and also succeed. But it just kept happening. Like, bad things just kept happening one after another. In my opinion, I didn't do anything negative. I mean, we broke up. Like, that's how it goes. But then all this shit gets thrown at me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Now, in this video, he literally admits to giving a woman alcohol who is under the age of being allowed to have alcohol. And
who cares? Dude, this is another part of this drama that I don't give a fuck about. She's 19 and he's like 21 or something, and he bought her alcohol. If you want to make a legal argument, make a legal argument. It is against the law. But on a moral level, if you think that this would be fine to do, the same action would be okay in the United Kingdom, but it's now morally wrong because it's happening in the United States, you're just being fucking disingenuous. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's illegal, but if you're like doing it behind the scenes and don't get caught, nobody should give a fuck. If it's that, now if it's like a much older adult doing this from minor, yeah, there would be a problem with that. But if you're like a 21-year-old that has, for example, like 19-year-old friends, and like you like let them have beer or some shit on you or whatever, who cares? Who cares? I'm 20. How do you think I should be able to go buy a drink in the United States? But we live in a authoritarian hellhole. I'm kidding, but we live in a place where I can't do that. But like, older people have bought me drinks all the fucking time. When I was like an adult, but not 21 yet, which I will be in March. And there's nothing like wrong with that. Especially, if anything, I'd argue, before you can actually go and buy it yourself, to be able to have alcohol, see how you interact with it, so you don't like immediately go buy it yourself and go crazy and buy it, like, is like a fine way to transition into having permission to then go buy and drink as much alcohol as you want.
the way that he describes things, he has a very good way of minimizing a situation. He acts like, oh, me and my girlfriend, we were just drinking, so what? And at first you're like, yeah, I mean, honestly, who cares if it's like, oh, she's a couple months, maybe a year and a half out from being allowed to drink. She's still of age, so what's the problem?
The big thing that happened was when I went to go see her in person. Some people may know.
The rest of the world, literally everywhere else on Earth, except for maybe like I think one other or a few other countries, but like Europe, Africa, Asia, you're permitted to drink at 18. You're permitted to, because you're an adult. You have the rights of an adult. You have adult responsibilities. And I mean, if you're like in the United States, a lot of 18-year-olds are still basically kids, obviously. But you are permitted to drink, and the difference that's going to have on maybe when somebody's brain is developing, which your brain is still developing around now, but like when somebody's brain is in like crucial stages of development, the introduction of alcohol can, be a bad thing. But you're at a point right now where when you're 18 compared to 21, where the consumption of alcohol is not really going to make that much of a difference in terms of like the harms it's going to cause on you. What's going to matter is the quantity of that consumption, but consuming a harmful amount of alcohol is going to be the same at 20 as it will be, or 21 that it will be at 18.
Oh, that I went and seen her in person. She posted a picture of us. People all over the place were talking about it, right? You can listen to my voice right now and tell me if I'm lying.
Like, this is why I looked at this drama and thought this was like so dumb. There's no way that like, now I think there's more to this, right? But if we're really like getting on some fucking 21-year-old for like buying alcohol for a 19-year-old, then like you're just like completely, people are doing this with George Not Found, right? Like 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds were at a party where alcohol was served. It's like, have you just like lived like a life, period? Like this take, I hate to use this take because I am a loser with no friends, but to have a take like that, you do really need to be a loser with no friends.
people are trying to look for me and shit online, obviously. Like, if I was lying, I probably wouldn't be able to lie this good. So I'm telling you right now, this girl is
If you're in America, most people have already had their first drink, like, in their mid-teens, no? Yeah, it hovers around 13 to 14.
a very good person. She isn't a very good person at all. Like, you have to understand that. I don't drink. I just turned 21 not too long ago. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, everybody drinks before they turn 21, right? If you're like 19, 20, you go.
He doesn't drink, but we have proof that he's consumed alcohol. A lot of people who say they don't drink, many times they're not referring to, oh, they just don't drink, like, period. It's like typically at social events, they will not consume alcohol. It's not like a regular thing or like on the level of everybody else. It's something they might do every once in a fucking blue moon. Like, when I say to you, I don't really smoke weed, right? I think that's appropriate. That doesn't mean I don't smoke weed, period, hard cut. Like, if I'm like at an event or party or someone's house and like a fucking joint is like being passed around or something, then yeah, I might hit it. But that's not like a routine thing. Like, I haven't had weed in like many months, and when I did, it was like one off.
Going to a party, you're gonna drink. So I'm drinking. I mean, that's what I do. You know what I mean? Like, I chill. Like, I get chill when I drink, and everything's cool. Like, the first couple of nights were chill
until you look at the full context that he leaves out. There is a girl who is not old enough to be allowed to drink, and then this grown man takes her to a hotel.
Grown man, dude, 21 and 19. 21 and 19. That is a completely appropriate age gap, and that's an age gap where nobody should be giving a fuck if you're consuming alcohol, and let the 19-year-old you're with have it. They're a fucking grown-ass adult. Like, the law might be like the thing that makes that different, but your morality should not be derived from the law. The law should be derived from morality. Something is not morally wrong or right just because the law says it is or not, right? There's tons of immoral shit that is legal, and there's tons of things that aren't really a moral problem that are illegal, right? The law should reflect agreed upon morality, but your moral opinions should not like be sourced from that. If you want to make a legal argument, go ahead that it's illegal. Sure, I've jaywalked. I've had weed before and in places where it wasn't legal, right? You know, there's tons of things we all have done that are technically illegal, but nobody's going to sit here and argue it's like actually some sort of moral wrong that's worth condemnation.
You're so wasted that she can't even remember what's happening to her, and then you just spend this total weekend of debauchery in a hotel room with her where you're constantly having sex. I think now is a good time to mention that if you are sensitive to these kind of topics, like unconsensual sex, best to click off this video, because that is the main point topic. Now, like I said earlier, at this point in time, most people were siding with Lemur because we didn't really have Teeth Gums' story, and I'm just gonna start calling her Lily now. Her first name is very public. She's let it be known herself, so... Well, actually, now that
if there's an allegation of rape here, then it's not, first of all, it wasn't a point worth making to begin with, but this is going to be like the original point is going to be like even like more fucking dumb. You should have let off with that.
Speak of that, I'm not sure if her name was public, but she goes by it now. It might have originally been doxed. I know that there was a doxing that Lemur did, or at the very least contributed to, and it had Lily stressing out a lot, and he's over here minimizing it, saying it's not that big of a deal, people get doxed all the time and it doesn't matter. Dude, getting doxed on the kiwi farms is scary. Yeah, that's not a good thing. What the hell are you talking about? It's just another layer of him manipulating and minimizing a situation. But anyways, Lily would release a lot of screenshots, kind of disproving a lot of the shit that Lemur said. In his apology video, he liked to say that she had no evidence, but now his standing next to hers is very lackluster. I mean, there are multiple screenshots of Lemur threatening this poor girl. This is before any outbreak even happened between them. This is him just saying, if you cheat on me or if I find you with another man, I'm going to end your life. He's also extremely clingy, pretty much demanding that she's always on the phone with him, a lot more than she's willing to be. I mean, she's trying to say that she has a life and things to do and responsibilities outside of him, and all he's doing is just pretty much calling them excuses. Or
a lot of people have voiced this problem in relationships, and I think it is, once again, valid. It's valid. the people that do this don't necessarily have bad intent. They're just like typically going to be like insecure types or lonely, that really constantly want attention. And although like I think that is absolutely something that would exhaust the average person and something that they wouldn't want, and that the person in the relation needs to respect that, it is going to be like a difference in what you want out of a relationship that goes to the extent of, okay, even if nobody's necessarily wrong from this, the two of you are not going to be compatible to be in a relationship, because somebody doesn't like the clinginess and being like this emotionally close, whereas the other person is in a relationship to fulfill that. That's what they're looking for.
Lies. I mean, this is just disturbing. I'm upset. I miss you, bruh, and I'm sick. I want my girlfriend. The fuck? Babe, I'ma lay down and be sad till you call back. When I'm done being sad, I'll play my game. I miss you. You're mean. I think it goes without saying that this is extremely obsessive and controlling.
This is not okay, that's absurd. That's an absurd characterization. I think this is like super immature, right? But this is not like actually atypical for like young insecure dudes who are in relationships, and women, right? Clinginess is something that happens in relationships sometimes, and it's one of those things where like if you understand this isn't what they want, you should exercise that maturity and get out of that and not do it, or get out of that relationship. And if it's something you don't want, you shouldn't be dating someone who's clingy.
Down and be sad till you call back. When I'm done being sad, I'll play my game. I miss you. You're mean. I think it goes without saying that this is extremely obsessive and controlling, but when he's not talking about this, he's trying to sext her. I've been waiting forever. It feels like I need to nut. How much you wanna bet seeing you IRL is gonna make me fall in love even more? You think I'm clingy now? Imagine after you give me... Jesus Christ. Then he tries selling her this dream.
It will always be cringe to look at sexting or flirtation from a third-person perspective. So look at those texts from a third person. It's going to be like, this is so cringe. It is cringe, but we're not the people that are involved in this getting sexual arousal from it, because we're not participants in the relationship. So you're never really going to find, like, when people, like, cover, like, sexting DMs, it's like, look how cringe this is. If we were to look at anyone sexting, it's probably going to look cringe to us, an outsider and third-party participant. Hold on one sec.
That he's this big rich honcho, whenever it's like, come on, come on. He actually got her to quit her job thinking that she could pretty much retire off of him, which is insane. He got this girl to change her life, change her work, and then just essay her and just be an ass.
You should have let off with the essay. But if she's 19, once again, yeah, that is like super immature. He very well might believe that, but the two of you are very young. I live with the understanding of I shouldn't make any I shouldn't change the course of what I'm doing right now for something I think that is going to be lifelong, because when you're younger, your life is more volatile, shit changes, so is your, like, what you're going to want out of something. And if it's your first relationship and it's being conducted over someone you met online, you should be doing it with the expectation this very well might not be lifelong, and you're going to, like, probably go do something else at some point. So you shouldn't be getting people to make decisions over what you think is going to happen in the long term. When you're this young, and those decisions are so consequential. With that being said, because she's 19, she's probably not working working a career right now that leaving it is going to be that detrimental. Like, it's probably something in retail or fast food that can easily be replaced. Can you flirt, Aiden? Yeah, but I don't like to.
Asshole. He said, I have money. I have 3,000 in my savings. Just don't be thinking any motherfucker could take care of you like I
have 3,000 in my... Like, yeah, when you're 21, that, like, seems like, wow, that's, like, so much. That's so much. You shouldn't be saying, I'm gonna, like, stop what you're doing. I'm gonna be able to take care of you. I got 3,000 in my savings. Your level of responsibility right now, and, like, if this guy's, like, still, if he's 20, it depends on his relationship with his parents, etc. If he's just turned 21, if he's in school or not, right? You're not really gonna be, like, taking care of somebody where they should quit their job for life, and that's gonna be, like, concrete and expected, that it's just gonna stay this way. I get rent from my sister soon anyway, like $300. Like, this is good. This is enough where you can, like, kind of have some stability for yourself. At this point in your life, though, you should not be under the expectation that you're going to financially take care of someone else. And although YouTube can bring a lot of money, some streams, or sorry, not some streams, some videos, or sorry, not some videos, some channels can be making a lot one month and then have the ultimate fall off the next. The income from YouTube is incredibly volatile. For example, I've made 30 bucks this stream, which after YouTube's cut and tax will count to like 15. But last stream we made like 275 bucks, which YouTube criminally. So YouTube takes a cut, Apple takes a cut if it's done via phone, and then the income is still taxable. Ultimately ends up being like what? If 300 comes out as like 190, which is still pretty fucking good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not downplaying that. But they take like a fucking. If you want to help us out, you can donate through tips. I don't need it though. I don't need it. So if you have something better to spend your money on, spend it on that. But I'm not gonna sit here and rely on YouTube to be my like thing that I'm gonna be deriving my income from, and I shouldn't pursue any other avenues because once again, it is this fucking volatile. Like if you're like you, and at 21, you should not be operating like you're gonna go fucking take care of someone else right now and take on their responsibilities. Thank you so much for the, I don't even know what currency that is, 15 from Zween, super based brother. Brother, I sound like tax. My Muslim brother who's also not celebrating Christmas. Thank you so much, man. It's a pair blowing a kiss. Well, I blow a kiss back to you, sir.
I take care of you. Do you understand me? Bro, it's $3,000. What are you talking about? I'm not going to sit here and call you broke. At least you're in the...
restraining. I'm not restraining anything. I just... can I just start claiming I'm autistic now? Like, can this just become consensus? I'd have to check if I have an official diagnosis, which I probably do. I've never been comfortable claiming it because I haven't checked if I have, like, an official diagnosis. But I heavily suspect that I might be a little bit autistic, and shit like flirting just is not like, it's just such a weird way to communicate for me.
Positives, but what the hell, what do you mean? Yeah, there's a bunch of other motherfuckers.
Like, I play Hoi 4. Is there really like any doubt? Is there any doubt?
That could take care of her with a lot more than $3,000. And then here's another screenshot of him calling his friend Chilla a pussy, kind of just for giving him advice or something. I don't really know what the context of this is, like why he's saying
3K will get you nowhere. It won't. And then also, like, your savings should be set for, you should always have, like, living expenses for the next few months sitting in your savings at all times before you start taking money out of that. And 3,000, I don't think is gonna, what is it, like 6 months worth of living expenses, you should save. 3,000, depending on, I don't know where this guy's living or anything, but 3,000 is probably not going to cover you for the next 6 months. Right? Like, in terms of clothing, in terms of food, in terms of rent or living, like 3K is not going to be covering you for the average person for the next 6 months. No? So I don't know. Obviously, before you fucking take any, honestly, if you're going to take anything out of that, you should at least be making sure that you have that money. Get a diagnosis before you do. It was noted in my childhood evaluation that I was possibly Asperger's, but I don't think that was an official diagnosis. But I've suspected it for a very long time. I'm definitely ADHD. I'm definitively ADHD. And no, okay, before I get the TMI, oversharing, talking about what you're diagnosed with, so gay. Those two things are not oversharing because it's just going to be a given that most of the people you talk to online are like going to be fucking autists.
Maybe this is in response to these allegations coming out, but then at the same time, that wouldn't really make sense because he's talking to Lily right now, but they do have a complicated relationship, so I have no idea. And the reason why this matters...
Yeah, and then if you have like a car or something, like let's say your car breaks down and you need to get that fixed, you're gonna still, like, depending on the damage, like you might need to take money out of that from your savings, and like 3K is just not gonna securely, obviously in the United States, it's not gonna give you security for the next 6 months and potentially on potential emergencies. I mean, somebody in the chat who has the most broken car of all time, he knows what I'm talking about. How much were the repairs for your fucking car? And you're like totally broke. It was like you didn't even get in an accident, and the repairs like drove him up like $1,000.
so much is because he isn't just shit talking another Lolcow channel. I'll be honest, all the time I'll see another Lolcow channel post something the day after I do, and it's by pure coincidence, right? Like they'll upload a 45-minute video, they've probably been working on it for a week. My video had nothing to do with theirs, and I'll just be coping. I'll be like, ugh, oh, they copied me, what an asshole. That's the thing, is me, when I do that, I'm just talking to myself, and I'm only even half serious, right? I just explained why in that situation.
If you do just summarization videos, which once again do serve a purpose, you should not be coping about like people, they stole my topic or whatever. You're not doing it. You're making money in the easiest way possible, and that's okay. That's okay. You should find the easiest, or depending on the moral implications of whatever it is you're doing. But like finding easier ways to make large quantities of money, like yeah, that's just success. You should try to do that. But you, with that being said, you shouldn't then be like coping that like you're not really doing a fucking like A24 like creative masterpiece. Your response shouldn't then be like going and like coping about like my topic was taken. You shouldn't give a fuck.
I'm wrong. But here's the thing, is this is his friend. He is just shit-talking his friends behind his back. I'm not friends with any of these people that I'm talking about. I keep very much to myself in this community. The only other person I have talked to is Leaping Lemur himself while in the making of this video. But yeah, they used to do live streams together. They used to make videos together, just for him to be a snake this whole time. Since we're here, I do want to shout out a bunch of people. Don't worry, this isn't a sponsorship or anything, but this video...
The thing though, if you have high functioning autism as well, is depending on how high functioning it is, you may be able to get a diagnosis as a kid and not get one as an adult, because people with like symptoms synonymous with what was formerly known as Asperger's actually engage in compensatory behavior as adults, or like masking, or like learning how to logically deduce certain social insinuations they may have lacked as kids, that makes their symptoms not appear clinically significant as adults. That's why people always say, why is autism so diagnosed now amongst kids? Why is it always kids? And then because as adults, if your autism is higher functioning, you may have engaged in masking and learned behavior to such an extent where it's not clinically detectable.
It would not have been possible without a bunch of different people coming forward with stuff. First of all, shout out to Teeth Gums herself for coming forward with all these screenshots. She posted a lot of this on the Kiwi farms. And while we're on the topic of Kiwi farms, big shout out to Osama from the farms, man. I mean, he did this interview that we're going to be looking at a little bit later in the video with Lemur, and dude, he totally grilled him. Lemur admitted so much, and he definitely hit Lolcow status during this live stream, but we're not quite onto that just yet. Big shout out to Himpleton. He had another interview with Leaping
Himpleton, going up in the world. Himpleton always loves to get the scoop, but sadly his channel once again is like, I've said this before, if you're like a Lolcow that doesn't want to look like you're running and wants to say, I did speak on this, go do it on Himpleton's stream, because nobody will fucking see it. But I'm glad to see that people are now seeing it, and Himpleton is, hopefully for this interview, he didn't have 5,000 fucking people in the VC when he did it. But yeah, glad to see he's getting some attention.
Lemur just yesterday. I don't really know much about this guy. I only even got an hour into the interview, but I'm going to be very honest. This is very well done. This guy did his homework and he knew everything that he was asking. So I would very much recommend that you go watch his video. But there are some certain points in this interview that I want to talk about right now, where he admits that it was probably wrong to have sex with a person who is so doped up on alcohol that she doesn't even know what's going on.
Do you think that you did anything wrong giving Lily alcohol?
Yeah, I think that I shouldn't have.
I love how zoomed in the cam. Can we get like any closer, Himpy? Can we get any closer to the camera? Whoa, fuck. I didn't mean to zoom myself in. Dude, Himpleton needs to be close. Like, we can't see every pore on your face, okay? We can't see every single pore.
I think that in terms of her being 19 and me being 21, I shouldn't have. But there's also a 2-year age difference, and we were also boyfriend and girlfriend, and that's kind of what boyfriend and girlfriend do. I had just turned 21 4 months ago.
Yeah, 19 and 21 is such an insignificant age. Like, nobody should even pay it any fucking mind in this context.
I think that it was stupid of me, like optically, to even think that that was a good idea. And I even said that one time on TikTok to her. I'm like, hey, and she was like, it's fine. I do it all the time. I want to get drunk with my boyfriend, please. And
when I turn 21, which I will in March, I'm going to have friends who are 20 Okay, actually, I think most of the people that I've still maintained IRL connection with, they're all like 20, or they're all 19. If they are still 19, they're about to turn 20, but they're all mostly 20. And guess what? You have my public admission. If I'm drinking and I'm with them, we're all fucking drinking, okay? Stop me. Try to stop me, okay? The the LA County Sheriff, I beg of you to stop me. You can't. I'm gonna be like the Zodiac. I'm gonna write letters taunting the police about how I'm a 21-year-old drinking with 20-year-olds, and they can't stop me.
And me being a simp, I was like, it's fine. You know, she wants to get drunk. She's cool. She gets drunk. She should be fine. You know, I'd been on call, like FaceTime call with her. So I thought she could handle her liquor. And that was just my bad. Like, it was stupid. Like, optically, it looks bad. Yeah, to give an underage person alcohol, but...
And then this is extremely disgusting. We're going to flash forward for just a second, and we're going to talk about how Lily came forward on a live stream and said a bunch of stuff about Lemur. This is where she pretty much said that she woke up without any clothes on, and she doesn't even know if anything happened to her sexually that night.
Now, this is where the story gets a little weird because he starts throwing up. I'm taking care of him, but at the same time, I don't feel good either. Yeah. And then I start to not remember the night. This is when the crazy part happens. This happened on the first night, mind you. All I really remember is that I got so drunk to the point where he's throwing up. I'm sick. I'm not feeling well. I don't know what happened, but I'm just gonna...
It also sounds like, okay, if this is true, it also sounds like he got really drunk. It's one of those things where it's like, if both of you are like incredibly incapacitated from drinking, was anyone like, it's a case of like where two people would, I guess, technically have raped each other, but I don't know if it cancels. Like, we understand that minors can't consent to sex, but when two minors have sex with one another, we're not gonna call one of them, we're not gonna call them both rapists for doing that, right? So it's a case of, does that now cancel out? I don't know.
Cut to the point where I wake up because I'm telling you right now, I do not remember what happened.
Apparently he's so intoxicated, he's literally fucking throwing up.
And besides me taking care of him, I wake up and I'm naked.
Okay.
Mind you, I don't know why I am, but me as a person, I respect myself enough to know that I shouldn't be on the first night. You know what I mean? Like Nick on the first night.
Yeah, well, on this Himpleton live stream, Lemur would go into disgusting detail on things that he did to her that night. Keep in mind, she doesn't even remember any of this.
I don't know. I don't fucking want to really describe it too much, but like, you know, she was bent over and then I was thrusting a little bit and then she started backing herself into me type shit. That's what I mean when I say she rode me, is that she was like backing herself into me and then we...
Dude, can you imagine you find yourself in a position having to go into like great detail about like the sex you had on a Himpleton fucking live stream? It's like at this point, like, just, you'd have to just end me, man.
Finished. I got up and she cleaned herself off. I can't, maybe we chilled for a little bit longer and then we went to bed.
Now, Lily did leak a bunch of other stuff about him. Since I'm a bigger channel, I don't know how YouTube would feel about me showing it, so I'm not going to. So she did leak his face, his name, and his weight. He is a bigger guy and very unhygienic.
How
which
big?
The reason why this is relevant is because his entire channel is pretty much just picking on people that are unhealthy, uncleanly, and fat. I mean, he's called Nova and Tofia fat tubs of...
Well, okay, to be fair though, isn't Nova like a pedophile? Isn't Nova like some sort of like pedophile? So it's like, I feel like the coverage there, like that would just be ad hominem where it's like, okay, yeah, it's like hypocritical insults, but it's not like a huge deal. Like if the main reason for covering this person is not based around the attribute that also applies to you. Like if you're fat and call someone fat, like, sure, that's like hypocrisy. But if you're calling some pedophile that you're covering because they're a pedophile fat, I don't really give a fuck.
Lard before. When he himself is over 300 pounds, he's extremely hypocritical. I mean, to be honest, if you look at some of his older videos, it's very obvious by his breathing patterns, I won't lie.
Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you
oh, dude, no
had
shot.
a good Christmas. I hope you ate some good food and opened some nice presents. But today we're going to be looking at a little
This is what it's like listening to Lyle
bit
Convoy.
of a sad Christmas story. This is a Daniel Larson Christmas.
Another thing I found quite funny was a couple months ago, he started posting music onto TikTok. And man, can I say, he is like the greatest artist of our time. He's the next Kanye.
Girl, I've been thinking about you. Can you love me the way I do? Can you love me the way I do? Can you love me the way I do?
Making connections like a Jewish.
Did you see the fit? I did see the fit, Butters. I did see the fit. Looking forward to you coming out. Wait, you're wearing the same wait a second. You're wearing the same fucking shirt that I'm wearing. We got the same shit on, bro. We're wearing the same. No, yours isn't. Yours is like a white button down and then a navy sweater over the top of it. No.
Man, walking in a white neighborhood and making hella bands. I'm wearing if you wearing shit clothes. Can't think straight, calling you a homo.
Down the block and down the avenue. Hey, I'm just trying to find why I'm in love with you. Hey, I'm just trying to go into the
Listen, open up FL, throw an 808 over this shit. I'm telling you, it's going platinum.
days through. Hey, and all I really know is that my love's true.
Now, the reason I bring this up is because he went on somebody else's live stream the other day. Somebody by the name of Tarman. I do recommend this live stream. It's very informative. I don't recommend this guy's entire channel, though, because he is extremely fucking weird. But that's kind of irrelevant at the moment.
Yeah, the Tarman guy, he came on my stream too, and he like seems fine, but like apparently people who are really in it on Kiwi Farms like know a bunch of bad shit about this guy. Somebody was coming in here saying that he was like encouraging like King Cobra, whatever his name is, the guy who unfortunately passed away, to like use inhalants. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't seen evidence of that, so take that at face value. But if there is something to that, then like, yeah, it is weird as fuck.
Because at this point in time, Lemur was a controversial, disgusting
If
figure.
it was just
After
like
he
a
went
joke
on this
he
live
made,
stream,
and then King Cobra actually went and did it, I wouldn't really care. I'd have to see the details.
he solidified himself as a Lolcow. If you've watched any Lolcow interview, whether it be Nova Online, Elam does TikTok, Jupiter...
Aiden knows what 808s are. I taught myself FL and Ableton, but I wasn't good. I wasn't particularly good at it. I know how to make a beat, just like a really bad one.
the hybrid. We always tell these people, hey, you can come on our live stream and clear your name,
What are
clearing them from whatever
inhalants?
controversy.
Things you inhale to get high, like sniffing right, like glue, spray paint, gasoline, duster, which isn't that like isn't that like the type of shit you use as like compressed air to clean your keyboard, if I remember correctly? Shit that you like inhale that causes psychoactive effects, albeit I'm pretty sure some of those psychoactive effects are like the result of your brain being starved of oxygen.
That they're currently in. They take that opportunity, they come onto our live stream, they accidentally slip up and admit a few things that they shouldn't be admitting to, and they make a big fool out of themselves. That is exactly what Lemur does here. I'll trim some pieces down so you can see what I'm talking about, but I mean, Jesus Christ, the things that he admits to.
Lily claims that she like woke up naked, and you claimed that you like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, are you able to kind of respond to that, or like?
Wait, this is what Tarman looks like? Wait. Bro. Listen, I don't like to insult Kiwi farmers, because I might be next, but they might go after me next, but like, this is what I've said, where like I'm just laughing at the Lolcows types tend to look and act like the people they cover. Like they tend to not be like the most normal themselves. You know, I'm sure that's not like like I don't think A-logging in and of itself. I used to think A-logging was pathetic until I saw Loud Convoy. Now I'm like pro A-logger, but like this is like what they look like and shit.
Context,
Totally.
like why that happened?
You cannot be insulting anybody, lil bro. I don't have two chins, so I think I can. If I was to insult somebody for having hair that looked like ramen, then I would be hypocritical. But I don't have like some unkempt fucking beard, some like stained shirt with my nipples protruding, and like two chins. So in that regard, I actually can be insulting people. Yes, you should not have two chins.
Totally. So me, like, I'm gonna actually send you a screenshot right now.
Okay.
Lily was planning for me she wanted me to give her alcohol. She wanted us to get drunk. Here's one like 4 days before it happened. I'm not gonna lie, like I cut out a little bit of me being cringy because we were low-key kind of getting a little, you know, like I'm not one to share that kind of shit. But it's pretty obvious, like this is the conversation we have.
You can't grow a beard? I've never tried to grow a full-on beard. I can grow facial hair. Luckily in an era where I'm so glad there are not pictures of this up online, because my whole life is documented online. I grew a mustache once, like a porno stash, and it just fucking looked horrible. So
It's well in context. You can understand. We finished.
Yes, I shave every single day. I shave every day. I can grow facial hair. I've never tried to grow a full beard, so I don't really want to say I can. But yes, I do get facial hair.
Get drunk this Friday, right? So what does that make you feel, Tarman, when you hear this girl come on stream and acting as though I fed her alcohol and I sexually assaulted her when she knew the fact that we were going to drink and we were going to have sex?
All right.
I'm probably going to try to grow as a person. This was a shitty relationship. Me and Lily should.
I don't know if this is clear-cut rape. If they were both mutually drunk, I mean, he was apparently so drunk he was fucking throwing up. Then if he's a rapist, then she would be as well, I guess. Yeah, you should not be getting, like, super... Especially if it's somebody that... He admits he doesn't drink frequently. She can't legally drink, but, you know, she's 19. She probably has, right? But if it's, like, a case of you don't even know how much liquor you can handle and stuff, you shouldn't be drinking and then having sex. Like, you can drink and have sex, and it could be consensual if you're, like, drinking to a point where it, like, kind of, like, calms your nerves a little bit. But when you're, like, if you're gonna become that inebriated, obviously, it's never a good idea to fuck.
Not have gotten together. That's the first step I'm going to take. I like making content, and all my shit's already out there. Me and you both know that, dog. Like, you know, all my shit's already out there. So
I know very well. Yeah, me and Lily are like best friends right now.
yeah, exactly. I think me deleting everything at this point, it doesn't even matter. Like, I could have did that. I should have did that a long time ago, I guess. At this point, I want to keep making the content I love, and I want to learn and grow. At this point, my career is kind of like...
I don't really have a head shape that makes a fade look all that good. I guess I could do it. That used to be my default. You don't have many haircut options if you have, like, super curly hair. I used to just get, like, faded on the sides and long on top. That's what my go-to. But sometimes they cut the top so short where your ass is looking like a fucking pineapple. So it really depends on the barber, I guess.
It's not like people are gonna care. Come on.
I texted her during the stream because she came on Tarman's stream saying I, like, raped her, and me and her both know that that's not true.
The thing has been kind of going on for like a day or so. He had time.
I honestly have been super busy.
Yo, what the fuck? I missed we're over halfway to Streamly goal. Super fucking based. Super based. Butters with the 20. Merry Christmas, even for you. Thank you so much, Butters. Much appreciated, buddy.
I have no idea why you've just been, like, kind of sitting around not responding.
It doesn't make you look good, Lemur, because everybody thinks you her.
Yeah, I just didn't know. Hold on 1 second.
He has to go get McDonald's.
Yeah, this is the part where he literally just admits to being a liar. He decredits himself.
Someone send me some photos I should show my barber for a haircut. Because I'm getting one. I just don't know what to ask for.
Hey, I lie all the time. I lie about a bunch of different shit. While you're currently trying to defend yourself from allegations of SA. I don't know if you picked up on it, but this is not the move that you should be taking right now.
Where is your scat pack?
Oh, dude, you know how much shit on the internet I lie about? I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I try not to lie about serious shit, but...
Yeah. Why did you lie about being black?
I lie, like I said, that's gonna go back into the thing where, like,
he's not black.
Sometimes I just be lying. Like, I had said,
okay, that's like some Rachel Dolezal shit. You could lie. I get lies like, I'm from New York, right? But if I was to go tell you guys that I actually come from New Jersey, that would just be a tactical lie that's done for the sake of OPSEC, to throw people off or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody should give a fuck if you come up with a lie like that. But like lies that are completely unnecessary in that regard, such as, and very consequential, such as your fucking race. That's weird as fuck. That's really weird.
You just lie about stupid shit for no reason, huh?
Yeah, I had said not the N-word with a hard R, but, you know, I'm Mexican. Around here in California.
Oh my god, dude. What is it with Mexicans and the N-word? What is it? If black people are reclaiming the N-word, Mexicans are fucking are claiming it at gunpoint and then having sex with it. I don't understand what is the most times I've ever heard the N-word used. It has always come from Mexicans. It's literally always come from Mexicans.
Yeah, we say that. We be saying that shit.
Yeah, I know you say that.
So I had said it, and then I was like, "Fuck it," you know. I was like, "Yeah, I'm black, guys." Like, I don't know, bro.
Were you with your ex while you were fucking googling to Lily?
I probably told her that, but I don't think I didn't. I was really loyal.
It was probably a joke, you know.
Oh,
I don't think it was a joke.
True, it isn't. You need to convene the Black Council immediately and address the Mexican using the N-word crisis that is apparently plaguing the world right now.
No, it wasn't a joke. It was probably me telling her that to try to make her feel better. I used to try to tell her shit all the time to hype her up.
But yeah, I mean, you heard him. He's a liar. He's not credible. Who do you want to believe? The girl who came forward about sexual assault, or the guy who's...
They respect Mexicans for, is it like Peter, when he like went to Harlem, Peter Griffin, when he went to Harlem and like said the N-word and then he came back with like, king of the black, he came back as king of the black people. He's like, they respected me for saying it.
Being accused and admits that he's a liar and we shouldn't trust him. I mean, this right here, how does he not get it? This is exactly what people do to, like I said, Nova or Jupiter, any of those people. They got him taking pictures of his outfit. They're picking on him.
I love Mexicans. There's some Mexicans that I don't love. There's some Mexicans that I do. But in terms of the culture and my general experience, my experience with Mexican people has been very positive. But in regards to the N-word, I've just it's a pattern I've recognized where they're one of the primary, like you talk about its usage or whatever, the primary user of it in the 21st century is like some Mexican guy in California.
They're doing all this stuff and it's like he's just totally unbeknownst. He doesn't even realize that he's a laughingstock right now.
Another person in chat says, how does it feel becoming a lolcow?
I think lolcows make themselves. To become a lolcow,
I don't think he's obviously like, maybe he's cringe, but like to be like, you can do something insane or bad or like super funny to laugh at and not become a lolcow. Being a lolcow is going to be like, can people keep milking you for a response? Which I haven't really seen indication of with this guy, right?
I think a lot of being a lolcow has to do with your reaction to the things that happen to you.
Yes, true. He's right. That's a good analysis.
And your reaction to, I guess, just everyday life.
Is it because you're too busy buying McDonald's? That's why you can't do research?
Everybody eats fast food, dog. Lily has a few messages of me saying
but you eat like $70 worth of it. Come on, I don't eat $70 worth of McDonald's.
I bought me, let me tell you, I bought me and Lily $60 worth of McDonald's. That's what she said, right? Of McDonald's. I got
68 if you want to be specific. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know who else ate that McDonald's?
You're fine. Probably did.
Dog, Lily ate. I'm gonna tell you right now. Lily ate 2 McChickens with pickles, a fry.
I mean, if it's like drunk, listen. If it's 2 people buying drunk McDonald's, it could surpass. It could get into the range of $60. Okay, it could.
And then we had pizza left over. She went back and got a plate and ate pizza and put it on top of that.
And what did you eat? What'd you eat?
So he's over 300 pounds. She's eating 2 McChickens and pizza. So what is it in that house? Fucking SeaWorld? That's not $70. It's $25. Okay, if he's saying she ate 2 McChickens, right? If that would be 25, he's probably way bigger than she is, so he very well might be eating even more than that. Like, that could still totally add up. If it was like $60, that accounts for like at least half the cost.
Burgers and fries.
And then he had 2. Okay. So you have those items in and of themselves that he described would make up like what? And then we don't know who got drinks or what, if they got like drinks or, but like in total that would like equate to like 50, and then you have tax. I mean, and then his like comment didn't sound like it sounded like an approximation of the cost. So that still like makes contextual sense. Like, yeah, these people ate like a lot, but they didn't eat like so much where it's like, this is fucking insane, bro.
that.
And what did you eat? What'd you eat? What'd you eat, Mr.
I
Pino?
had 2 burgers and fries.
The next question. This isn't mine. This is from chat.
Yeah, and then if they got it delivered, so then after and then they get it delivered, yeah, that totally could equate to 60 or 70 bucks, right?
McDonald's points do you have?
I don't use the McDonald's app. I use like if I get McDonald's, I get DoorDash.
Okay, here's a good one. Why are you a furry?
Me?
Also, he's in California.
Does your fit go hard?
Okay.
Oh, let me try this. I'm gonna go to DoorDash. I'm gonna get. Hold on. I'm not ordering it. I'm just adding it to my cart to see how much this could equate to. Delivery included. Me and him are in the same state. So. Two McChickens. We'll do 3 large fries, because he ate 2 fries. She probably ate 1. So 3 large fries. And then we have 2... Hold on. Two quarter-pounders, and then these fat asses both probably got a drink. We'll say a large drink. Okay, so then we get... Are drinks sold individually? Wait, hold on. Let me look. 1 sec. Yeah, of course they're. I don't know if I even have that. Okay, let's say we got like 2 large Cokes, right? Then I don't know how much he tips the driver. Let's say tips 3. Okay, on my end, that comes down to like 60 bucks.
I'm wearing the autism pants, right? What do you guys call them? The autism trousers right now?
Yeah, the autism shorts, yeah.
They're comfortable. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I wear them, bro. They're like, they're supposed to be like golf pants, but they're nice.
Can we get a fit check?
I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. I don't have none on. Which watch do you want me to wear?
The
Gunt.
The Moissanite one, I believe.
I only have a Moissanite chain. I just have like regular. I have like a few watches. You want the Moissanite chain though? Is that what you want?
Yeah, that'd be fire. I want you to look like those Mexicans that sell you like fake.
Do not use fucking Ozempic. It is the most cringe, like it is so easy to, if you know what you're doing, it is so easy to lose weight. Don't use Ozempic. People just want everything in life just made convenient and easy. So then there's no challenges, and then life becomes fucking boring, and they don't grow out of like committing to solving something and successfully solving it. Stop taking these like, I call them goy cuts, okay? These like I'm gonna use Ozempic. I don't want to go out and order food. I'm just gonna do it on an app. I don't actually want to have to like interact with the driver, so I'm gonna leave at my door and then take my Goy Zempic, and then I'm gonna watch on Goy Flix a movie on demand, so I don't have to actually sit through TV shows and wait for the right show to come on. And then I have to buy groceries. I'm gonna use Goy Cart to get them delivered, and I'm just gonna sit on a fucking couch eating like a fat person, but being like skinny and sick from taking my Goy Zempic. This is like what they want for you, young man. This is the life they want you to live. Do not give in, okay? Challenge yourself, face adversity, grow from it, and then the nice things in life become so much more fulfilling.
Gold. That's what I want you to look like.
Dude, I am the Mexican that sells you fake gold. What are you talking about?
No, you look like you would eat the gold.
Bro, would you be surprised if... Dude, I lost so much weight. I'm gonna be honest with you.
If you lost so much weight and you're still 300 pounds, it's over, dude.
What's your weight? What's your weight, Lemur? I want to know.
Right now, I'm 250. Be dead ass.
Yeah, I don't go and like, I don't shop for, I go hunt my food. I go and hunt my food myself. and I have a wheat. I grow wheat, and I make all my food myself. Okay, I don't use the grocery store to go buy ingredients for other people who've done the work for me. You know, I'm there hunting rats in the sewers of Los Angeles.
I was 300 pounds though. I got down to like 200, and then yeah, shit happens, bro. I'll be back on that grind.
Shit happens. Shit happens. 100 pounds of shit happens.
I will keep.
I mean, it's fair. Like people like do like lose weight and relapse all the time, especially if they're losing it in an unsustainable way. Before I like kept weight off, I would like drop and then I just gain it back, because I wasn't doing it like sustainably.
Farm updated on my weight loss journey though. Don't worry, bro. I need to clean my cords so bad, or my cords. I'm not clean. I need to organize them. Holy shit! I honestly don't feel I'm as big as.
I eat dinner like a fat person though, because I don't eat during the day. It's not like I'm on an. I've used the term OMAD. I'm not doing it for dieting reasons. I just don't really get that hungry during the day, and I tend to find that if I'm eating during the day, I feel like sluggish and shit. So I just eat like a fuck ton at night.
Nova, like maybe weight wise I am, but I'm 5'9".
Oh yeah.
I actually have a pretty good amount of muscle mass. I'm definitely a big boy. Don't get me wrong, but I ain't Nova big and I ain't Tofia big. That's for sure.
Damn, you need to clean your fucking floor, dude.
Do I look that fat in that picture? I don't think I look that fat.
I mean, I think you're just fat overall, but not.
What do you eat? Depends on how busy I am and how lazy I am as a result of that. When school gets intense and shit, I just tend to find myself eating a lot of like leftover pizza and stuff. I do cook, but I don't cook really when like I don't cook when I'm like when I'm doing streaming and school and shit. I totally have the time to do it, but I'm lazy as fuck, so I don't cook as much as I'd like to. So I eat like I eat pizza and shit.
In this specific photo, I mean,
or I get like ramen from this place down the street.
Looks slim down. What's the size of the shirt? I want to know.
Oh, bro, speaking of looking slim down, from those pictures I sent Lily, you know, while we were together, I lost like 20 pounds, right?
Well, I'm proud of you.
What I find so funny is just a few days ago in his Mario Lord video, he was talking about, hey guys, we're only a few subs away from 69,000. Let's hit it.
Did I ever mention what I studied? No, I'm studying post-colonial gender studies and their application to DEI academia. And yeah, hopefully I'm going to have a long and fulfilling career as a result of that.
So we're almost to 69,000 subscribers. If everybody who watches this video subscribes right now, like, which obviously isn't going to happen, but I will hit 69,000 subscribers. All I need is like 200 people from this video. So like, if only 200 people subscribe.
Yeah, that did not age well. Pretty much all I have for today. Lemur has privately DM'd me saying, hey, you might want to hold off on the video. I got something coming out that you might be able to add to it. I don't really care. There's really not much you can say to clear your name, even if at the end of the day, Lily lied about a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, so this entire situation is as uninteresting as I thought it was. I've learned the lore and I'm still uninterested. I just don't really care.
You admitted to having sex with someone who was heavily intoxicated?
So, by her own admission, so was he. He was intoxicated to the point he was throwing up.
I don't care if you were drunk too, no matter how much you want to spin it, that's sexual assault. But yeah,
it would be... Wait, if she had sex with him, under your law, wouldn't that also be sexual assault? If two people are both insanely fucking drunk to the point where both of them have their ability to consent compromised, and they both, in that drunken state, have sex where both are participating with one another, yes, I agree that, like, you know, that's fucked, but who's the rapist here? Who's the sexual assaulter here? Like, what? If we didn't measure blood alcohol level at the time, and the only knowledge we have is that both were incredibly intoxicated, then both sexually assaulted each other.
And big shout out to all the people involved, like I said before, Teeth Gums, Osama from the Farms, Tarman, Himpleton. Midway through this video, the subject kind of changed a little bit because now I'm talking about smaller YouTubers, if you're picking up what I'm throwing down. bitch. Thank you guys so much for that Christmas present. And speaking of which, the remainder of this video is what people have been asking for in my live chats, which was proof that yes, I have trained my cats to open Christmas presents. They've been doing it for years. You want to stick around for that, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I'm gonna really be sticking around for this. Okay, the vomiting probably wouldn't have been happening during the act of sex. That could have happened later as a result of the drinking he did. But that's not gonna be, and that's not like you understand that like drinking is a process, right? And the vomiting doesn't necessarily happen instantaneously. Like time is linear. Time is linear. It's just because something happened doesn't mean that thing is happening every time something is happening. Anyways, what else do I have to cover? I was gonna stay live longer, but I don't really have... Oh, there's more internet anarchist plagiarism drama. So it seems like in the first instance, Internet Anarchist had a writer, and I totally believe he uses writers. I don't think that's just a cop-out, but he is a writer that derived information from somebody else's work without proper accreditation. And I don't know if he ever responded to this, but if he did respond and said, yeah, that was a fuck-up, then I don't know if like the issue is like going to be a huge deal.
But again, I'm really...
Like, James Somerton tried to use this excuse, but it turns out his writer was actually the one making the original contributions. The shit that he was writing and reviewing, and then putting out there, that was where the plagiarism was derived from. Somebody like IA is a commentary McDonald's, where the entire process is going to be automated to a point where he has to do as little work as possible. So script writers are going to be writing stuff. He's going to speak it. He's going to be sending the audio then to editors who edit it, and then thumbnail makers who make the thumbnails and put the content out there.
Really sorry for the things that I did in the videos. Copying people's work and not crediting them properly.
I don't think he is cooked, and I don't even like Internet Anarchist. If he had a writer that plagiarized several videos, if he goes and then fires that writer and makes sure that the situation is corrected appropriately, then no, I don't think he's cooked.
At all. I should have got some Kleenex.
Hi everybody. Right, let's not mess about. We've got lots of evidence to get through. Lots and lots of lies to get through as well. So to quickly recap, I recently discovered the Internet Anarchist had a video up on his channel about James Corden that was far too similar to somebody else's video about James Corden for it to be a coincidence. It was clear to me the Internet Anarchist had copied somebody else's work. After my video...
He responded to the first one saying it was a writer only for one video. It hasn't happened before and won't happen again. There's so many examples of systemic... Okay, if that video brought to light that one of the videos was plagiarized, he might not realize that the editor has, or that the writer has done this in multiple instances. So now if it's brought to his attention this has happened more than once, if he then go, like this genuinely, I could totally believe is the first time he's become aware of this. And if it is, right, the fact that he apologized based on the example that was called out to him, if more situations turned out to have happened and that revelation comes to light, that's not necessarily going to mean he was a liar. That's going to mean he didn't know. Right? And that is going to, of course, you can make criticisms of the negligence on his end for not adequately verifying that, but we're treating it as though he was the one responsible for the plagiarized material himself, which I can believe he wasn't because somebody like him is a lazy fuck that doesn't do work. So what, because that, okay, why make a definitive statement then? I'm sorry, you have to, there is no way you were like that fucking stupid that you need to ask that question, right? I can't believe you have me sweeping for IA. Why make a definitive statement? If it is called out that a friend of yours took your car and hit and killed somebody, this has now been brought to light. You've just found this out and you go and say, him hitting that person was fucked up. And then it later goes, and it's uncovered that he's actually done this to multiple people. The fact that at the time, when we only knew of one and you only knew of one, that you were apologizing for the one and saying, this is like, believing this was the only time it's occurred, right? That doesn't make you a liar or incorrect. That means new revelations have now come about that would make a revision of or clarification of your statement appropriate. That does not mean that the original statement was not correct based on the information available to you at that given point in time.
Went up, the internet anarchist commented on my video. In that comment, he told us how he didn't copy the James Corden video, and in fact, it was a writer he had just hired a few months back. He also assured us that this was the only video on his channel that had copied somebody else's because he did his own investigation.
I don't like IA. To be clear, I don't even like IA, and I hate plagiarism, and I love covering it. But this is like similar to the Lyrics shit, where Lyrics was like treating it like this guy was like personally the one that was striking down his videos, and not the very obvious conclusion that it was in fact the network that was striking, or the management label or whatever, that was striking on this guy's behalf.
Maybe 6 or 7 hours after my video went up, he assured us that the James Corden video was the only video to copy another on his channel. A channel with over 200 videos, and that was the only one.
Like up, stream's gotta be botted. I would fucking think this stream better in reality have like 60 actual viewers, because we have 65 likes and we've kept over 180 watching for like the last hour. If you're in, type sling if you're here. 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 Type sling if you're here.
Jeremy Fragrance was one of the most unique success stories on YouTube. Real name Daniel Stradinsky.
The rise of Jeremy Fragrance is easily one of the most unexpected success stories on YouTube. Jeremy, real name Daniel Stradinsky.
He had an uncanny ability to communicate scent through a screen, something very few people had achieved on YouTube back then.
But what truly set him apart on YouTube was his uncanny ability to vividly describe every scent, breaking it down in a way anyone could understand.
Fans would frequently comment saying, "This guy can make you hear smells."
As one of the comments on his video puts it, "This guy can make you hear smells."
As this guy seriously...
Yeah. Yep, that is plagiarism. Very obviously plagiarism. Now the question is, what was IA's involvement? What was IA's involvement? Because that's going to separate a voluntary plagiarist from somebody who entrusted a task to somebody else that didn't fulfill it appropriately.
Put, what he has, an internet anarchist watermark in the corner of the screen to stop people from copying, from stealing his clips. Anyway, yes, he stole in another documentary, this time about Jeremy Fragrance. And remember, in the comment on my video, he told us that the James Corden video was the only video that had...
This issue was isolated to a single upload. Okay, if he legitimately believed that to be the case, the evidence available to him, he legitimately believed that to be the case at the time, which a lot of other people did as well, because there was only one example that was made evident, right? If that were true, then this statement is like a, okay, it requires now revision as a result. It's not going to be indicative of a lie. But, okay, wait a minute. But the based on our internal review is doing heavy lifting, okay? Because what was the nature of your... Now you need to make transparent what your internal review consisted of. If this has been... like, you would now think, okay, there's now a level of trust attached to this statement. Like, they've actually gone and done an internal review, a professional internal review or some shit. So we should... This statement now holds additional weight. It's not merely your given opinion in the moment. Now you need to make it transparent what your actual internal review was.
Any signs of being plagiarized on his channel.
Can we get those likes to 100? Apparently no, because you guys hate me.
So fix this one.
He assigned each different scent their own personality and explained the scent through describing what kind of person he imagines wearing it.
The daring category. Okay, this is your daring fragrance. Jeremy would help his audience visualize every scent by assigning personalities to them. The daring category. Okay, this is your daring fragrance.
He often interviewed female models to get their opinions on different perfumes to judge what's the best choice to wear for a certain occasion.
And this took the form of him bringing in female models on camera and having them test different scents and pick their favorites for specific occasions.
Compared to the James Corden video, the plagiarism in the Jeremy Fragrance video was even more blatant. It was so obvious, I found that one straight away. So I don't know what his internal investigation was. I assume it was just him scrolling through his phone on his channel going, ah, he's probably alright, yeah, fine. It must have been that. How did I find this Jeremy Fragrance one within the first 6 minutes of looking? And he had hours and hours and he couldn't find it? I'm actually shocked. It seemed like he didn't even try with this one. It was so obvious, and other people...
Because he's not the one that's personally doing it. This could be a really unique opportunity to criticize the McDonald's commentary model. But I think it's disingenuous once again to treat people at his size like they're doing these tasks individually.
Could tell what he was doing as well. I just watched a video from Ryan Pictures, posted before this, and while I appreciate the interest in discussing his story, there is a significant amount of overlap in structure, content, points, etc. If this was an assignment, it would be plagiarism.
No, it's okay. You don't have to like the stream. I'll just sit in the corner looking with a sad Christmas face. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Content creation is tricky because, of course, people post about the same things, but this was way too similar to the point of feeling like you ripped off someone else's work and added some different visuals. So even before I made my first video on the Internet Anarchist, other people have spotted what he's been doing.
His videos would contain no cuts, and even if he had to go off screen for an entire minute, he'd just leave it in the video.
So yeah, but what they'd be taking the responsibility would be different, because somebody who is plagiarizing, they've actually overseen and perpetrated the act, right? In this case, it would be negligent hiring that you would be owning up to and not adequately vetting the people that you're hiring to do tasks for you. So although there would be somewhere to take responsibility, it wouldn't be for the wrongdoing that he's personally being assigned the responsibility for, right? If you hire an employee for, like, I don't know, your restaurant, and that employee goes and gets mad at a customer and punches them, you would apologize for, but nobody's going to treat it as though you personally were the one that delivered the punch, right? Your restaurant may be sued, but it would be sued as like as a collective, right? Nobody's saying that you as the individual consciously decided to go and punch that customer, but somebody that you hired, that you supervised, etc., couldn't control their anger to such an extent where they were actually going to go and do something like that. That would be the criticism for you. So yes, there's accountability, just of a totally different nature.
Video.
That was really hardcore. I gotta open the door real quick. 1 second, guys. Sometimes he'd just walk off mid-video to open the door without even cutting between. That was really hardcore. I gotta open the door real quick. 1 second, guys.
And sometimes he'd intentionally go off camera just to do something crazy random.
I will smash my head into the wall now. Other times, he would purposely play into his character to entertain his audience. I will smash my head into the wall now.
And fans would just wait patiently instead of clicking off just because of how hooked they were to him.
But his fans would stay glued to the screen all the time, fascinated by Jeremy's passion, energy, and charisma.
He then proceeded to buy the Ferrari, something that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, while he had been pretending to be financially struggling to even afford his own laptop.
All while his fans were convinced that he couldn't even afford a new laptop without their help.
Fans were understandably upset that they got lied to and used.
And as you might imagine, fans were not happy.
He literally begged for donations and then went and bought a Ferrari with them.
With one disappointed viewer writing, he literally begged for donations and then went and bought a Ferrari.
If you're the face, you can take responsibility. You could take responsibility for your hiring standards and what's occurred. You could be like, my channel was used to do this. But look, when we say internet anarchists did X, that would just be an incorrect statement. Internet anarchists, in fact, did not incorporate someone else's work without credit. He did hire someone else who did that and signed off on it and uploaded it, which he would then be responsible for. But he's not the one that actually perpetrated the offending act in and of itself. So there are multiple people that can take responsibility in a given circumstance. That responsibility is not always going to be delegated to exact same degrees to different people.
It's a little bit, well, a lot.
The thing is about him blaming some writer, I agree, and the reason I agree is because I know how this content model works behind the scenes. I was offered a job, I'm not going to say for who, but somebody who does this like same kind of model of McDonald's commentary, offered me a writing job like a long ass time ago, and it's like I didn't actually take them up on it, but I know how it works. And I know that these types of channels are run by like lazy like business management types who are just delegating tasks to other people and trying to get out as much content out there, always on the grind, as much content out there as much as possible, and having like the logistics fulfilled by those under them. So him using a writer, to me, I actually believe that, and that would be my initial assumption, because I know that these types are incredibly lazy and not actually doing the writing themselves.
It's very insulting to his audience that he thought nobody would notice what he was doing. I'm not going to show you every example of the plagiarism in this video, because it's through the entire video. It's the entire video. But I will play a few more clips, just so I'm not like, trust me, bro, just so you can see what's happening. I'll show a few more.
Where he collaborated with the legendary perfumer Alberto Morillas.
And as it turned out, he'd already set himself up for major success by collaborating with the legendary perfumer Alberto Morillas,
who has designed perfumes for brands such as Calvin Klein, Giorgio Armani, Marc Jacobs, and many more.
The man responsible for creating several iconic scents for major brands like Calvin Klein, Dolce & Gabbana.
It's a really convenient excuse. Okay, you don't have to believe it 100%, right? You don't have to believe any hearsay claim 100%, but I'm telling you, it is one that if anything, I have more reason here to be bad faith than good faith, but I am telling you right now, 100% it was a writer. 100 in my mind, at least. 100%. I have no reason to lie about this. I 100% believe it was a writer. Because I know how people like IA work. It's completely believable. It's totally plausible. If there was a really good line in one of his videos, like, that's really insightful. That's actually really fucking good. I would never give him the credit for that. I would never believe that he thought that up himself. Because it is a fast food model for content creation where he's not actually doing the legwork himself. He's just he's hiring and supposed to vet and managing the people that do it and signing off on the end product. And it is that, the signing off on the end product, the vetting the people you're taking on, approving and putting that work up behind your face that he can then be held responsible for. Not for, like, we're in James Somerton's case, knowingly taking the material of others and utilizing it without credit. Because one is far more malicious than the other. Even though IA's role is more consequential, the malice that goes into it is going to be very different than someone who's knowingly stealing the work of others.
Giorgio Armani, and many others. And thus began the start of Jeremy's Kickstarter campaign, as he needed his loyal fans as crowdfunding to turn his perfume into an actual company and bring it to the market. And thus started his Kickstarter campaign, where he asked his loyal followers for help in turning his dream into a full-fledged business. His campaign had a goal of 25,000 euros, which was achieved within just minutes of posting his video. The target of the campaign was to raise $25,000, which was hit within minutes.
Maybe the internet anarchist was telling the truth. And maybe it was this writer that he had hired in the...
It comes down to, do you believe that there's a different level of responsibility for somebody who, for a distracted driver that hits somebody with a car and somebody who knowingly plows someone down with a car? Do you think there's a different level of responsibility and judgment afforded to said individual? Both are in the wrong, as one was clearly engaging in mindlessness behind the wheel that resulted in harm against another person. Both are very evidently in the wrong, but the character assessment of the person that did so knowingly and intentionally and the one that did so through negligence is obviously going to be very different. And the level of malice that someone like James Somerton, the person that hands-on engaged in the plagiarism himself, is obviously going to be to a different degree than the person who through negligence and laziness signed off on it.
Last few months. And maybe he genuinely believed that the only video on his channel that had been plagiarized was the James Corden video. But wait a minute. If this plagiaristic writer had been hired just a few months ago, how does the internet anarchist explain this video from over a year ago?
On September 16, 2024, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI joined forces to launch their newest product.
On the 16th of September 2024, three of the biggest YouTubers on the platform, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI...
So it is okay to, if unironically, if that is what you just got from the analogy that I gave to you, you were too fucking stupid to exist. Okay, you were too stupid to exist. Dig a hole, buy a coffin, put yourself in it, and have someone fucking bury you alive. Because you are actually, like, too dumb to engage with an assessment of anything. Okay? If somebody was to, like, you shouldn't even try to interpret what the wheels on the bus means. Okay? You shouldn't even try to interpret that song. You're too fucking stupid to breathe.
teamed up to announce their new collaborative project, Lunchly.
This new product was going to be a direct competitor to Lunchables, a prepackaged meal option for children that had been dominating the market for the past 35 or so years.
This was going to be a direct competitor to Lunchables, the boxed meal option for children that had been topping the sales chart for the last 35 years.
Now, you would expect a product by three massive YouTubers to become a money printer.
Now, you would expect something created by Mr. Beast himself and the two guys behind Prime to be an instant success.
But that can't be further from what actually happened.
Unfortunately, for them, that's not how things went with Lunchly.
Oh look, he's copied that Ryan Pictures once again. That's 2 videos now. He did pay Tell Us More for copying his James Corden video, so I wonder if he's going to pay Ryan Pictures, because that's 2 videos he's plagiarized, or the writer plagiarized, the writer who was hired a few months ago, but, you know, went back in time to plagiarize this somehow. Also, what sets this video apart from the others that have been plagiarized is that it isn't about one guy. Like with James Corden, it's not like, oh, he was born here, he got his big break here, you started in this show. You're not going to have overlap the same way with that type of video, because this video here, it's an opinion video. The best and worst, most evil products from YouTubers. So what's the chances that the internet anarchist has the exact same video by the exact same product?
It's funny watching the cogs turn as Aiden tries to come up with what is a Destiny-style insult? I'm sorry, insulting people now is also like a Destiny thing? Hey guys, I'm autistic, and my frame of reference for basic actions and statements has to be derived from the people that are the focus of my hyperfixation. Everything is relative to the content creators that I know about and watch. No, there's actually like an outside fucking world and like various people that insult other people all the time. It's a basic part of the human experience. And when you're insulting someone, you're probably not deriving that from any one person. That's probably going to be something, an insult like you should go like fucking jump in a hole or be buried alive is such a vague like insult of a common nature that is obviously not going to be derived from whoever the fuck your comfort streamer is. You're just autistic.
Is this Ryan guy?
Making Beast Burger one of the biggest failures of Mr. Beast's career so far. Luckily, Ryan Trahan's candy brand called Joyride turned out to be a colossal success.
It's hard to deny that this was one of the biggest failures of Jimmy's career. Luckily, Ryan Trahan's partnership with Joyride turned out to be a colossal success instead.
Pick colossal, using Destiny adjectives. He's using a Destiny adjective. Dude, I actually used the Destiny tactic of shitting and then wiping my ass. I wiped my ass with Destiny-styled toilet paper.
Even made an ad for the candy because of how much he liked the product.
A fan even made an ad for the candy because of how much he liked the product.
In November of 2023, popular streamer Pokimane launched their own cookie brand called Minus Snacks with a lineup of cookies named Midnight Mini Cookies.
In November of 2023, one of the biggest female streamers, Pokimane, launched her own cookie brand Minus Snacks with a lineup of cookies being called Midnight Mini Cookies.
Talking about Pokimane in a positive tone, very Destiny coded.
However, what should have been a simple influencer merchandise launch quickly blew up in Poki's face due to her own actions.
However, what should have been nothing more than an influencer releasing a completely inoffensive product turned into a huge controversy for Poki, and she has no one to blame for this but her
Making vocalizations as a human being. Very Destiny-like.
herself.
If you've got this plagiarist, this liar, it's going to be very difficult for you to believe anything that they tell you.
Destiny is a particularly obnoxious way of insulting people, to be fair. I haven't really ever seen, like, Destiny use ad hominem on me. I think that's the only time I could think about it, where he's like, he was like mocking he was mocking an argument that he tried to do a prediction of the argument I was going to make and then used a mocking voice to describe. That's actually, I do that too. Okay. That's not a Destiny tactic. People do that all the time, but he like did a mocking and then he watched me and heard my actual voice. Like, dude, I didn't know his voice was actually going to sound like that. Which I got to admit, right? Was a known. It was a known, even though his point was like totally fucking wrong.
Recently, I introduced
and he ran from a debate with me. He acknowledges in that stream that I think I say in that clip that I want to debate him, and he runs from it, of course.
Something into my life which has been a complete game changer and even allowed me to post videos more often, and that would be today's sponsor, I Wanted Gummies.
First of all, I don't think it's the gummies that are allowing you to upload more frequently. I think it's the blatant thievery that's doing that. And second of all, not only has this guy made a shitload of money.
Yo, thank you for the $7 Zween. Hot dog with ketchup. Dude, super base. Folks, we're over halfway to Streamly goal that we're definitely going to hit. You can help us hit it through tipping, through Streamlabs, Super Chat, be my best friend like Zween is, form a parasocial relationship with me. If not, that's okay. Another great way you could support us is by liking up, where despite having good viewership this stream, we're still sub 100.
From stealing other people's content. But because the stolen content did really well for him, he's then been able to promote products and be sponsored by companies. So he's made even more money from his stolen work. So at this point, we've got him stealing from Tell Us More for the James Corden video, and we've got him stealing twice from that Ryan Pictures. Stealing twice? What could be worse than stealing from a content creator twice? Stealing 3 times.
They came across as someone who just wanted to spread awareness about the Tourette syndrome, break stereotypes, and show people that
UAE funding your ass? Yeah, dude, Aiden only doesn't like Israel because he's receiving Qatar. I know Qatar is not the UAE, but he's like, Aiden is receiving Qatari money. The Qatar lobby. The Qatari influence.
weren't alone.
Created the Tix and Roses account to create awareness for the disorder, break any harmful
How do you explain away the example from a year ago if you only had a 2-person team then? How big was he a year ago? He might not, if he was still hiring writers a year ago, that was probably on the writer's end as well.
stereotypes and show people that they weren't alone.
Emerald grew into a small star in the disability awareness space on TikTok.
Like he's not, like it's obvious to me, the people, I know, I was friends with Billy has hired. He hires like he hired a random kid I knew on Discord. The other thing too is, like, are you hiring experienced writers? Are you hiring people that don't even know, like, what plagiarism fucking, like, for example, there are people that are so dumb, they legitimately believe that if you take a piece of source material and just change the wording a little bit, but present information in the same order, you've now not done plagiarism. That's not how that works. In fact, that's like the most common form of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if, and once again, that would be a criticism of him, if he's hiring fucking people on, like, random shitters on Discord, or whoever the fuck he's hiring for his writing team, that are absolutely unqualified to be doing this. $10 from Ivana. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much.
Cementing Emerald as an icon.
Like, people don't understand. I'm not defending him on the... This is obviously plagiarism. This is obviously plagiarism. I don't think he writes his scripts. I don't think he writes his own scripts. I honestly don't. I think he is so lazy, he has as minimal involvement in the script writing process as possible, which is a problem if it's resulting in shit like plagiarism, which is absolutely a problem.
The disability awareness community on the platform.
Even using this newfound popularity to launch merch, all in the name of spreading awareness for Tourette syndrome.
Emerald used this newfound popularity to launch a merch line related to their disability, all in an effort to create even more awareness for
I can only go off what he said, because like making inferences now is just like not possible.
Tourette's.
It didn't take me long to find the original video there from Ryan Pictures. So I'm watching the videos side by side. We've got Ryan Pictures and the Internet Anarchist, and I'm watching them one by one, 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, and I'm saying to myself out loud, I can't believe he's stolen from this guy again. And as I'm saying it, a clip pops up, and he credits Ryan Pictures. So I already knew he had stolen from Ryan Pictures, but seeing him credit him for the clips, I was like, this guy's got some nerve to do that, to credit him for that, but not for the entire script or structure. He's got some...
Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Now there's a good argument. Now there's a good argument. Now there's a good argument. Because unless the person that's writing for him is also editing his videos, now you've got like... You now have the knowledge that this is being derived as source material from this guy. Like, this would be much easier to catch. If you understand now that the source for the information we derive from this video is all coming from someone else's video, like at that point, you'd be more hyper vigilant of how much of the original video is being incorporated and adapted. Now that it's happened on 2 levels of the overall content production process from different individuals, now you have a better argument of personal knowledge.
Balls on him. I don't really understand what he's doing with that. Is it like trying to...
IA is ultimately responsible that content ends up on his channel. Agreed. He gets the final say. Agreed. He makes the hiring choices. Agreed. And has to ensure his employees are working properly. Agreed. So where is the disagreement here? I don't know where the disagreement here is.
Hide in plain sight. Oh, look, I've credited this guy. I'm obviously not stealing from him. You obviously are. The fact that you've shown those clips just proves to me you have watched that video. So it's not a coincidence that the structure is the same. The word, it's the same video.
Yo, we hit 100 likes. We hit 100 likes. Super base. Thank you so much.
It's the same video. Again, I'm not going to show you every example from this video because we will be here all night. Because again, it's just throughout the entire video, but I will show you a few more.
And sometimes even seem to react to their own takes, like she was playing it up for the camera, making the condition look like a performance.
As if they'd been playing up their condition for the camera in a carefully controlled performance.
Oh, I'm having a severe tic attack while driving, better get my phone out.
With comments that read, oh, I'm having a severe tic attack while driving, better get my phone out.
For a moment, it actually worked. A lot of people backed off, saying that a clinical diagnosis should be enough to shut down the rumors.
At a first glance, this report looked quite legitimate, leading most of their critics to back off for a time being.
But it didn't take long for people to realize something wasn't adding up.
It didn't take long for Sunny himself and the people on r/Dixon/Roses subreddit to find several inconsistencies in the report.
It seemed that Emerald's past medical history had PTSD written twice, and that was just the tip of the iceberg.
Like how some diagnoses for PTSD were mentioned twice.
Like this one person who wrote, OCD is an anxiety disorder, and an anxiety disorder is not a diagnosis.
In a comment that read,
Okay. Okay, this is just a non-criticism, whoever the fuck they're talking about. Because the OCD can be in addition to something like generalized anxiety, etc. It's going to depend on who's providing the care for you. Because you can have multiple assessments from different people with multiple shit written on the like multiple methods of writing the outpatient report and like listing the diagnoses. This isn't like they're actually like putting this in the DSM. It's really gonna depend, especially if you're seeing a non-psych related doctor. Oh wait, this is the chief complaint. Treatment for Tourette's, and they're like noting like your potential past medical history, like that is like totally possible. I don't think that's enough evidence to suggest that these records are outright fake.
And twice, and that was just the tip of the iceberg.
Like how some diagnoses...
Oh wait, if it's there twice. Okay.
For PTSD were mentioned twice.
Like this one person who wrote, OCD is an anxiety disorder, and an anxiety disorder is not a diagnosis.
In a comment that read, OCD with anxiety disorder is just flat out wrong.
You wouldn't have to say that. You wouldn't have to, if you're making like an official diagnosis and not noting past medical history, like, yeah, like that would be the name of the official diagnosis. But they absolutely can do that.
OCD is an anxiety disorder, and an anxiety disorder is not a diagnosis.
This led people to immediately analyze the logo.
This prompted Sunny to actually pay closer attention to the
No, I agree that everybody involved in this plagiarism needs to take responsibility. I just think our description for who did what is going to be different for IA versus the writer. Because if this was a writer that was responsible for it, the writer is the one that actually plagiarized the material, and IA is the guy that signed off on and uploaded that plagiarized material, ultimately being responsible for it. But the different reasons, the reasons as to why each party is responsible is going to differ.
on the form itself.
And what they found was that the logo on Emerald's report was a...
Because I'm bored of the reproving the play. Like, we know now that he's plagiarized multiple times.
Even though some will tell a very, very similar story, it's all
like he's doing the Parlo thing where you make a point that you've obviously now proven and you need to just keep reproving it over and over and over and over. You should do like a separate supplementary video or something where you note all the examples in a video that you link in the description. This video should be like a commentary on that, which it partially is, but the bulk of it is just proving over and over that IA's content wasn't like, we get that now. We know, we accept that. We're not disagreeing.
In a different way. It's all structured differently. The only time I've ever watched a documentary and thought, if I sing this, is with the internet anarchist.
Alex would constantly hurl insults at her over text, calling her a retard, an idiot, and a cunt.
Idiot, you text like a retard, so call me.
And say fuck you to her repeatedly.
And go as far as telling her to f and calling her a cunt.
Okay, we get, is there any, commentary?
To blame this writer, who was hired a few months ago. I don't think it's possible to blame him for all of this plagiarizing. I know that's what he told his audience. Blame. But even, I don't know why, but it's been private. So if you want to watch these videos yourself before you enlist them or hide them, do it now. I don't think it's possible to blame this writer, who was hired a few months ago. I don't think it's possible to blame him for all of this plagiarizing. I know that's what he told his audience.
He's blaming him for the example that was pointed out to him. Now, if there's been previous instances of plagiarism, IA has hired, I know for a fact, because I've had a friend that's he's hired a lot of people historically. There could have been other writers that engaged in the plagiarizing that we have now found in these other examples. He would ultimately be responsible for all of it because he signed off on it.
What he's been telling his friends as well, I think.
I kind of want to clear a few things up. I don't really want to speak for IA with this. It wasn't obviously like him directly.
Dickers mentioned.
Doing it. It was a writer, and I think they've already been sacked at the moment. And
how many subs has this mention garnered Dickers? Let's check. Not even 10.
And right now he's just he's trying to reach out to the other channel and see if he maybe gives them some money for it or do something like that to try and make it better.
But you've heard this guy's been fired then?
Yeah.
Because I was under the belief that Internet Anarchist wrote all of his own stuff. Is that not true anymore?
I think
he does not write. This is McDonald's commentary. He does. If you believe, you're thinking about this the wrong way. If you think he's writing his own stuff, he doesn't. Initially, everyone was swept away by how great his editing was when he first came onto the scene. I knew that he was using presets. I just wanted to know what presets he was using specifically, because this is a guy that automates the process as much as possible. Anyone who knows anything about editing knew that his editing wasn't impressive. It's impressive to people who don't actually know how to edit videos, because it's just generic preset usage. There's nothing particularly unique or really that stands out about his editing. That was the thing that everyone was really crazy about the first time. This is a guy that just is trying to expedite the process as much as he can because he's lazy.
It was the case when he was a bit small.
Did you ever find out? No, and this is why I don't like him, because when I messaged him asking, how do you get these out so quickly, knowing you use presets, I wanted to start a conversation asking for them. He sends me a hard work winky face.
But now no.
Are you aware of this happening before?
No. I don't think this is. Has there been any other instances of it? I think this is the only time I've really seen it come up.
So that channel there, Dickers, was talking to a guy who had called in, who claimed to be the internet anarchist's mate.
Nobody's copying his edit. His editing was it was just using. There was nothing new that he contributed. I did something with my editing when I was doing effortless reaction commentary that I did, to my knowledge, I was the first commentator to do that. Now everybody does. A long ass time ago, where I used the Ecto preset on Red Giant Universe, where whenever I made a clip pop up, it had the Ecto around it, and then everyone who's doing reaction commentary started doing it, and then I noticed it carried over into the video essays. It's so generic that I'd never feel comfortable definitively saying I was like the first. But even back then, I started looking, and there was like nobody I could find that was doing that. It's such a minor thing, I don't give a fuck. But it's like, it's not even something that I should be credited for because it's a preset. I didn't actually have to do any effort. The editing, the cool editing, the good editing will not be the effects that you do, but like the effects you thought of using, and like the composition you thought of creating. Like, how original is that? I guess having shit move around and stuff, and like overlays in the background or whatever, and like warping the screen is like people have already thought to arrange these effects in a manner that makes that composition.
Don't know if he is, I don't know. He had information that hadn't been released yet. Like, oh, he was a writer and he's fired him. So he might have been, might not have been. He claimed he was, I don't know. The guy there, who ran the channel, he was under the impression that the Internet Anarchist wrote his own stuff. And, according to the Internet Anarchist, he was writing for the channel back in November of 2023. Somebody says, it makes sense, he's said before.
No, the point was to illustrate that I don't like say, there's a real chance I wasn't the first to do that. I think I was, based on what I had seen at the time and now. But I don't tout it as an accomplishment because I used a preset. That's why when people were making a big deal about IA's editing, it was like super gay because like he was just using all presets.
On a podcast that he worked for Sunny V2 on scripts. So Sunny V2 taught him a lot of the basics, plus it's a video essay, they're bound to be similar in style. Sounds like somebody's questioning if he's copying a video there, I'm not sure. Anyway, Internet Anarchist says, just to clear this up, Sunny didn't teach me a lot of the basics, I already had the basics down and was able to write naturally in a relatively similar style. Why he chose.
He's so gay about like, it's like, I'm the greatest, I do like, this is why, yeah, there's like some satisfaction in seeing a fuck up on his end, but he is like insanely egotistical. I've always gotten that vibe from him from when I first DM'd him. I've watched his rise, and it's like, he can't even say, yeah, I was inspired. He did, however, give me some tips and okay, I guess he can credit him in that regard.
To work with me at that time. He did, however, give me some tips and pointers, which I incorporate and remember to this day. So the Internet Anarchist was writing for his own channel in November of 2023. He was incorporating things he'd been taught by somebody else into his writing on his channel, November 2023. Now, wouldn't it be a terrible shame?
Ooh, this is good. Okay, this should not be presented. If he's about to do what I think he's gonna do, this should not be coming in. Like, most of this video is reproving the same point about plagiarism over and over and over. We got that down. Now show how his statement and putting it on a writer wouldn't make sense contextually. This should not be coming in 20 minutes into the video.
If there was a video on his channel from November 2023, let's see where this is going, can't you? November 2023, that is plagiarized to bits. Ping.
The career of Nadia officially started on the 20th of January in 2021.
Nadia started her streaming journey on the 20th of January 2021.
When she decided to go live for her first ever Twitch stream and managed to rack in a total of 12 average viewers with it.
With humble beginnings averaging around 12 viewers.
She was very good at it and had no problem in communicating this to her viewers.
Nadia wasn't just playing, she was excelling, and she was sure to make sure her viewers were aware of it.
Putting Haikyuu games with all caps in her titles and labeling herself as better than her viewers' favorite male streamers.
With videos and streams bragging about her Haikyuu games and bold claims of superiority over popular male streamers.
As she simultaneously established herself as the best female Call of Duty player by winning girl-only tournaments and setting world records.
She dominated female-only tournaments, set world records.
But also because she reached 500,000 followers.
This is so lazy. This is so... He wrote this himself. This is like... It's plagiarism, but it's also like the laziness. And it's not even plagiarism that makes sense. Like, if you're like a passable writer, this is completely unnecessary.
On TikTok,
reaching milestones like 500,000 followers on TikTok,
and suddenly gained over 100,000 followers on Twitch,
and skyrocketing to over 100,000 followers on Twitch.
So averaging over 1,500.
He can't hear you. Okay, so live streaming is, I'll have a reaction to the video of what I want to say, and then I'll say that thought out loud. And in my stream of, like, if you're like watching some, I don't know, if you ever watch like a football match, and you're like, God, why don't you fucking do X? I'm just saying that out loud. Okay, because that's the point of it. I'm not, when I watch videos like this, which I never would because it's boring. When I watch videos like this in my own time, I'm just thinking this and not stating it out loud.
viewers at the same time.
All whilst maintaining an impressive average of 1.5k concurrent viewers.
And even got accused of wall hacking by viewers.
Accusations of wall hacking, aimbotting, and VPN exploitation began to surface.
But she used this negative energy to fuel herself even more.
Nadia decided to feed into the controversy, using the negativity to propel herself further into the limelight.
So the internet anarchist video on Nadia was published on the 8th of November 2023. Yeah, we know he was writing for his channel around that time because that tweet was from the 16th of November 2023. The script there is clearly being ripped off from the channel Justical. I haven't said that right. Have I Justical? It's clearly being ripped off.
Whoa! J-Stock? J-Stock reference? J-Stock?
Doesn't make any sense because apparently it was only the James Corden one and it was only
How's
that from...
Are J-Stock and Cherry still together, by the way? God, I'm looking forward to the wedding, guys. I can't wait. I'm totally 150% being invited to that wedding.
A couple of months ago. Had this right from a few months ago. So how the hell does he explain this Nadia video from over 2 years ago? How does he explain that? With lies, I imagine.
Also saying that she glanced over a lot to look at the minimap and showed gameplay with a controller cam to prove that she isn't cheating.
She attempted to provide explanations, showcased gameplay with a controller cam, and did her best to dismantle the cheating accusations piece by piece.
And a mob of hate growing so large that Nadia even got swatted, which obviously went way too far.
And with the new evidence came mobs of haters that would watch her every move and even reached a point of threatening her life, when one day the haters took it way too far.
But she used the attention to
react
increase
to the video like it's on your phone in your lap, say nothing and be dead-faced. Streamer so true, dude. So true.
Audience.
Nadia chose to harness the
No, she wants her shit back. What?
attention from the situation, converting the
They're
incident.
having okay, why did nobody tell me about are there new problems in their relationship?
And subsequent coverage into a tool to further expand her audience.
At one point, she completely switched her approach of dealing with these people.
It was at this point in Nadia's career that her way of handling critics began to change.
Giving into their energy by using self-deprecating humor for marketing purposes and becoming more toxic towards her haters and clapping back at people on Twitter.
Nadia began addressing haters with self-deprecating humor, witty
She hasn't asked you to ask. Okay, what is that? Okay, this is way more interesting than whatever the fuck we're watching. This is why my inbox exists, people. This is why my inbox exists. What's going on there? Why has nobody told me about this? The CIA is like fucking Kash Patel's FBI right now. Why was I not informed of this? But once again, it's going to be in Chud's inbox because Chud has viewers that are actually not dead behind the screen. Let's look. They broke up and she's a born-again Christian? Okay, I can't even find the I don't know if it'll be in 6 months or a year from now, but eventually when I'm in a good solid place for a good long time, I'll write out what happened this year. The whole mess, every last one of y'all included, regardless of who the truth helps or hurts. And that will be and then the tweet gets cut off because I'm reading it via hyperlink. Wait, they broke up in November? Oh my god, dude. This is why, like, the whole notion of, like, coordination. I'm, like, involved in some coordinated Destiny campaign for food shops is, like, ridiculous. This guy apparently broke up, like, a month ago, and I don't know about it. Let me check my inbox. Hold on. Okay, there's nothing in there. Never mind. No, too busy with Lio Award? I'm not too, nobody, okay, this is actually a great, like, summary of why I cover Lio. People will complain all the time about the Lio shit, but if anything else is ever happening, it is never brought to my attention. It is never brought to my attention. It would have been a great time for someone to say, hey, Aiden, stop covering Lio, I'm bored. Cover J-Stock and Cherry instead. At which point I would have said, wait, that's happening? And then I would have covered it. Did you know Ace Howler and Goat Kato broke up? This is news to me. This is news to me. News to me. My job is to know everything ever. You could say it's your job to research it, which would be fair, but how can I research something that I don't even know is happening? You know, like if I don't know about something and you do, you could tell me about it and then get on me for not researching it. But if you don't even bring it to my awareness and I don't know about it, there's nothing I could do. Here's your chance. Where am I supposed to look? Cherry's Twitter? I guess I could do that, right? Knowing Queeman, he's probably swept this under the rug, which is why, probably a big contributing reason as to why I don't know about it. Because surely if you guys knew about some, like, funny drama, you would link it, right? Dude, this is, hold on, I'm doing live research. Live research, okay, she spells her name weird. It's chat. There we go, got it. Oh, she unfollowed me on Twitter? Okay, she's tweeting a lot about God now, I guess. And it's about Destiny. Yeah, there's nothing on her Twitter. Okay, I don't even know where I'm supposed to be looking right now. Unfollow her? She unfollowed me. I don't have her followed. Queenman made a quick joke, then moved on. Got it, got it. So apparently there's no public material about this, because I just checked my inbox. There's nothing there. Oh, wait, there is. Who? Sherry's been asking Yoga Ball aficionado J-Stock for all her stuff back. Have you begun to pack my things to mail them back to me? Cherry claims this is a ploy so she can be ho-ho-home for the holidays. Have you begun to pack my things to mail them back to me? It's been weeks, J-Stock. Give me my things. Almost a month now, and 3 days ago you said you didn't even start packing. Have you started yet? How about he just mail my things to me like he said he would for weeks, and you all can go back to enjoying your mindless drama content lives. Who could have seen this coming, man? Who could have seen this coming? Abandon the the video was basic. We'll keep watching it. I was okay.
Comebacks on social media and sarcasm.
Plenty of people are going to have an issue with plagiarism on YouTube.
I'm sure there's going to be big revelations in the next 7 minutes, and if I don't learn anything new in the next 7 minutes, the chatter that just said that is banned for life.
2 videos about it now. The audience aren't going to be happy with it. But I think the person who might have the biggest issue with it, wait for it, is the internet anarchist.
But the topic of today's video is a YouTuber who is currently stealing my content. Now, this all started earlier today when I received a message on Twitter saying,
okay, you're not getting banned. This could be funny.
Hey man, just want to let you know someone ripped off your Just a Minx video almost word for word. And after looking into the video, sure enough, this creator known as Twitchly was directly copying my script word for word. Like, not taking inspiration, not just using parts of it, but literally copying and pasting my script. The YouTuber Twitchly stole my Just a Minx video script word for word. Shameless content thief.
The nerve of this guy to call somebody else a shameless content thief. That little video there was posted to another channel he was using for a little bit. And in that video, he does what I'm doing here. He's using clips from his video and another channel to prove this other channel has stolen his work. He's doing exactly what I'm doing, just not as good.
2 million followers who has recently gone down a very disturbing, tragic, and painful path.
The Twitch streamer with over 2 million followers who has recently gone down a very disturbing, tragic, and painful path,
leading to her.
So, okay, so someone like IA, like if he plagiarized, right? If the plagiarism was direct and to his knowledge, which it seemingly was, he's one of those people that legitimately believes it is no longer plagiarism if you change the words. He thinks that the only case of plagiarism that he's able to call it is like a case like this, where it's an example of plagiarism that is so direct and extreme that like he can openly acknowledge, yeah, that he can figure out that it's plagiarism. But people don't realize that yes, just because you're changing words from a piece of source material doesn't mean it is now no longer plagiarism. This case, however, it is like there isn't even words changed.
Losing thousands of followers and subscribers every single day,
leading to her losing thousands of followers and subscribers every single day.
So it's pretty obvious that he's just copied my script exactly word for word, but the tweet thread would continue, reading,
For him to realize something is plagiarism, it needs to literally be copied and pasted.
Filing a strike for this video. I don't mind people using clips from my content or even taking inspiration, research, and ideas from it, but directly stealing my entire script word for word is unacceptable and would not go without consequences.
Gordon's digital dominance.
With their channel having close to 50,000 subscribers, they know what they're doing, and likely gained a large portion of their audience from doing the same thing in the past. And if you look at the captions on both videos, you can see that they're copying it word for word and even copying my editing in some parts. Obviously what they're doing is completely wrong. You can't just go around stealing other people's scripts.
A fan even made an ad for the candy because of how much he likes the product.
I think the internet anarchist is a weird guy. I think he's a weird guy. He claims to be against plagiarism, but I found, what is it, 5 or 6 videos on his channel full of plagiarism.
He's the type of guy that he's cooking one burger, so he only needs one bun, and he sees like in the grocery store like a package of buns, and he like just cuts the plastic and takes one out. And he's like, I didn't steal the package. For him, that wouldn't be theft. He would only know that it's theft if you were to take like a comically large sack and put the whole pack of buns in, with like a big like cartoonish like money sign on the sack while you're wearing a striped shirt and have a bandana cover over your eyes with 2 eye holes cut out in it, doing an evil laugh as you leave the grocery store. That's the only example where he would be able to notice that, yeah, that is theft.
And I did that in, I don't know, 40 minutes. I found the videos I'm showing tonight. 45 minutes it took to find these. Imagine if I had a whole afternoon. Imagine if I had a whole day. How many videos would I find? A lot more. And he is a weird guy. Because when my first Internet Anarchist video went up, he joined me Patreon. Eh? I don't understand. I saw he joined and I thought, oh, he's going to send me a message here saying, hey, it was an accident, it wasn't my fault, take the video down. But that message never came and I was thinking, well, what's he joined me? He's not a fan. He can't be a fan. Why has he joined? The only thing I can think of is that he wants to get ahead of the video.
No, a better analogy would be, because it wasn't even like he's plagiarizing parts. A better analogy would be he like buys a lobster but gets out a piece of Sharpie and writes the word draws a smiley face on top, and he's like, well, this is actually like original artwork, so I don't need to pay for it.
Because he knows there's a part 2 coming. So maybe he's thinking, oh, I'll post it there and then he can get his excuses ready before it's posted for everyone. I don't know. I can't think what his excuse is going to be this time. He's got 2 choices really, hasn't he? Tell the truth, which he's not going to do, or lie and blame it on somebody else, blame it on another writer.
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, you can help us out by tipping, okay? By tipping, through Streamlabs, Super Chats, all that good stuff, goes to a great cause, my wallet, and helps us with what we do. Another great way to support us is by liking up.
Serious writer. If he does use that excuse, blaming somebody else again, blaming another writer, he can't. But if he does use that excuse, he's going to expect people to believe him. That he's now had 2 writers work for him, who both love to plagiarize, and both seem to love to plagiarize from Ryan Pictures.
That is potentially possible, potentially, but once again, it's going to be far more unlikely, and you can now actually analyze this in a light that is much more personally impeding on IA's character when he's explicitly clarified that the responsible party wasn't actually even working for him at that point in time.
What are the chances of that? That doesn't work here, because he's got videos on his channel going back 2 years, over a year ago. Ryan Pictures over a year ago, and then a few months ago. What's the chances both plagiaristic writers have copied from Ryan Pictures? He can't use that excuse, can he? It was a different writer. He's going to have to tell the truth, isn't he? He's not going to. He's not going to. If he does use that excuse that it wasn't his fault, it was another writer, if you believe that, then according to him, he has no idea what videos have been plagiarized on his channel, because he told us it was just this one. But I found another 5, another 6 in, like I say, didn't take very long. So he hasn't got a clue what videos are plagiarized, and he knows what he's doing. He did plagiarize. Either way, whether you believe him or not, I don't know how anybody can believe him at this stage, but whether you believe him or not about what he knew, whatever, you have to admit there's a massive plagiarism problem with his channel now. The other day, it's only 1 video. Now it's 6. What's it going to be in a week? I don't know how he's going to pay everybody back as well. The videos I've shown tonight, will he pay them back? Maybe, because he did pay Tell Us More.
Alright, we're done with this video. I'm sorry. I'm quitting this one early. With that being said, that's the end of my docket. I have more Lio stuff, which nobody cares about, apparently. So I guess we're just not gonna cover that. So yeah, that's probably gonna wrap up stream. Yo, 5 from Jinro, pair character lifting some weights, saying keep it up. See, for me, it's like I could cover Lio or I could end stream. And apparently you would prefer I end stream. So that's what I'm going to do. Instead of dragging this out another hour to cover Lio, apparently. Because nobody wants that, right? Nobody wants that? Nobody wants that? Well, I don't give a fuck what you want. We're going for another hour, and we're covering Lio Convoy, and I don't fucking care. I don't care. Go cry about it. Go cry to your fucking therapist about it. This stream's going for another hour. I'm not ending it early just because you personally don't like what's being covered, even though you have 20 years worth of fucking content on this website that you could go watch instead. Fuck you. Let's cover Lio. Anyways, for those of you that don't know, there is a fat fucking blob anomaly living in some crack shack in Texas with an ugly fucking wife, very ugly, just as he is. He's very fat and disgusting, who derives his levels of confidence from debating and arguing against children and people with literal mental disabilities to an audience of a bunch of Discord spurgs, so he could look like I'm the cool confronter. I'm the angry guy that fucking confronts people, man. I confront people. I'm Lio. I'm a badass. Except when you actually go and like analyze his ideas, you understand this guy's a fucking dumbass. So when somebody like me comes along who thinks, hey, this is really pathetic, this is fucked up, what you're doing is abusive, but also I can contest you on your ideas, like the fucking insane crack pipe idea that you could just go to a hospital, tell them you have something, and they automatically put it down on your discharge papers, which isn't true. A claim Lio made to respond to somebody who, a random shitter nobody on Discord, who people were calling an animal abuser because he had a baby bearded dragon and the like tank was slightly too small, even though he was going to get a bigger one when it became an adult size, right? This guy who is mentally unstable with no platform or influence, who's threatened to take his own life in Discord servers, Lio feels like this guy's worth devoting attention to, and Lio made this comment after covering a suicide attempt of this guy where he overdosed on aspirin, right? He had hypokalemia diagnosed as a result, at which point Lio said, oh, you could just go in and tell them anything. We don't even know if this is real, which is laughably fucking false. Anybody who has walked the earth as long as this fucking old retard has should know that, but Lio's age is not a reflection of his maturity because he actually doesn't learn, because he is a fucking moron. He's a moron, and I want to talk to him about what a moron he is, but when the big bad confronter actually gets challenged to come and confront me or have a conversation with me, he runs like a scared little bitch, tries to excuse it, or outright be like, but I said no, as if I'm gonna like just accept that answer and move on, and continues to hide from me. So I'm gonna cover all of his misdeeds until he does. It's the summer of Lio. It will be the summer of Lio. I will wait till the end if there are other topics, and then for those of you that want the stream to be done with, you can just leave. That's an ability that you have. Hold on. Thank you, Space Station, for the 2. Lio, thank you. The comment will something with the 2. Pack it up, little bro. That's not happening. Thank you for the 10, Jinro. The hustle don't stop. I know it fucking doesn't. Thank you so much for the 2, Starfish. So to get us started, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that don't know, because Lio is so widely hated because he's a fucking laughable excuse for a human being, with such a large pool of haters, you will inevitably find people who are fucking weirdos themselves that happen to not like him. People can call onto my stream when they know something about a given topic, can offer some information about a given topic I'm discussing, or want to debate and argue with me. Okay, I will platform almost anyone, right? The difference is, if their ideas suck, I will challenge it live, which when somebody called in to talk to me about Lio, despite not liking Lio, that's exactly what I did. I proved this, or I demonstrated, or he kind of demonstrated himself. This guy was like a fucking lying weirdo. The guy that called in about Lio, and I did I weigh it beforehand. I'm like, if he calls in and he's a Lolcow, I get content. If he calls in and gives me something on Lio, I get content. Regardless, this is one of the infinite people who don't like Lio that just happens to be a weirdo as a result. Then you have normal people like myself. Now, somebody brought to my attention in general chat earlier, and I don't know if they deleted it. He added the whole server. Where is this shit, dude? Where the fuck is it? At everyone, time for some Christmas Eve pettiness. Finnegan, I have his IRL. Oh, we call this Lio's threat, where Lio is such a pussy that he will directly threaten some people if he thinks he has the upper hand, but he'll do a threat where he'll let you know that he has the capability to do something to you, but if he says, but I'm not going to be doing that, wink wink, after the fact, it's no longer a threat. Like, he'll remind people for no reason, you gave me your dad's number, meaning I can call him and fuck with you, but I'm not going to do that or whatever. The only reason that would be contextually appropriate to bring up is if he wants to threaten somebody. He's done this repeatedly. It's a pussy threat. But this is the guy I spoke to on stream. Finnegan has been outed as a zoophile and a weird, pathetic freak that has lied about the following. Being Finnish, proved that on my stream. Speaking Finnish and Russian, proved it on my stream. Being a Finnish MP, on my stream. Being in a flight school, that wasn't on my stream, that was from Fox, who revealed it on my stream. Having a kid, on my stream. Getting his father arrested, on my stream. That I stole his abuse backstory, a point made on my stream. That he's a cop in my county, something he said on my stream. That he's now retired from being a cop, something, I think he got that from somewhere else. That he now works for the mob, that's a different lie. Lio's clearly indicated he watched my stream, where I embarrassed the guy that didn't like him. He's admitted to watching that. If somebody who hates you comes on my stream and is proven to be a fucking, like, cringe, moronic lolcow, you don't get to sit there and laugh with us. Because even though these people suck, so do you. Them sucking matters. It doesn't matter at all when we need to talk about how much you as a fucking how much you suck. Like I said previously, all of my insane, obsessive, deranged detractors, something he put on Twitter before and then coped in private, that I brought it up, that I refuted it on Twitter. All of my insane, obsessive, deranged detractors tend to be animal or kid touchers. It keeps being proven. He is literally using the same cope that lolicons use. Okay, this is a tactic that he would use where he needs to vaguely link somebody. He'll create a fake arbitrary characteristic that groups you in with a wide pool of people and then bring up something that those other people, despite you having no association with them, have done to make it reflect badly on you. It's like, you like vanilla ice cream. Well, this guy liked vanilla. Why is it the people that like vanilla ice cream touch kids sometimes? Here's an example of a guy that likes vanilla ice cream that also touches kids. He's created an arbitrary characteristic to group the two of you together. Well, I'm going to do that to you, Lio. The exact defense you're using is utilized by people who defend lolicon. They will say that people don't like lolicon. Your average person, or it's true that people don't like lolicon. Your average person is going to be disgusted by it, rightfully so, and that because this is such an easy to dislike thing, you're going to have an incredibly wide pool of people that don't like it and have expressed that they don't like it as a result. What lolicons will do is they will compile and bring up examples of people who have shown negative perceptions of lolicon that have been convicted of crimes against children to make the point, why is it that you people that don't like lolicon tend to touch kids? Now, we all know that the average person doesn't touch kids, and the average person isn't going to like lolicon, so just because you don't like lolicon or are disgusted by it obviously doesn't make you a kid toucher or more likely to be one. Right? Lio is somebody that is a fucking shitty person and he's really dumb and therefore very easy to hate. So it wouldn't surprise me if some bad people also happen to not like him. He will do the disingenuous lolicon adjacent tactic of attempting to paint all people who have this widely held belief as like being kid touchers. And even when he's not doing that on an individual level, if you criticize him for something, instead of addressing your argument or the nature of your criticism, Lio likes to say, oh, well, you once spoke to some guy who knew some guy whose friend's girlfriend's goldfish's former owner touched someone, because he needs to link every time he doesn't like somebody, he needs to link it back to touching kids. Make no mistake, there is nobody on this fucking earth that thinks more about adults touching children than Lio Convoy does. Also, a cherry on that pettiness sundae, Finnegan, your truck yard file isn't damning or intimidating. It's actually embarrassingly pathetic. All you did was throw in random screen caps from Twitter and Kiwi Farms. That's the best you could do. And no, exports to the server do not in fact scare me. Great, man. This was definitely worth adding the whole server over. The only people that I see use this tactic that he's using are Lolicons and Tectone for some reason. He did it with Mizkif. Because Tectone is a, like, narcissistic fucking weirdo that is very easy to hate. When Mizkif got exposed, because Tectone and Mizkif have beefed, Tectone made it out. This is just typically what happens to people who don't like me. They turn out this way, or whatever the fuck. And it's like, that's like so disingenuous. The thing too is, to perpetuate this narrative, Lio only talks to the people who don't like him and also are either bad people themselves or can't defend themselves due to some mental disability. He has normal detractors, he knows this, but when these people actually like challenge him to a conversation, he runs like a scared little bitch. Now, I need to tip you guys off on a semi-behind-the-scenes drama. It's not really that behind the scenes. But for those of you who are unaware, right? For those of you who are unaware, Beckett wanted to bring back what was known as the Thunderdome, to get me and Lio to like confront each other on. I agreed to it, of course. But when this was announced, one of Lio's friends, or whoever the fuck their name is, Monstrous, they jumped ahead of it, recreated the Thunderdome, and then made it so I was banned. They actually specifically adapted their rules, and they'll deny this. They specifically adapted their rules to have a justification, and almost certainly at Lio's behest, to have a justification to not allow me in the server, because Lio is fucking terrified of me. So these are the rules of their server. Let's see. Because when I tried to join, I'm like, oh, a confrontation server that Lio's in? Let me in there. When I tried to join, I was moved to a chat where I am the only person allowed to type in there. I can't see any of the other chats. So when I started typing arguments, is Mira Tazapine watching? She has a screenshot of what I typed. When I started typing anti-Lio arguments in my isolated chat that everyone else could see, they put me on a 6-hour message delay. So I can only type one message every 6 hours. Hold on, where is this shit? Fuck, somebody posted this earlier. Additional Lio-centered participation rules. This was a qualifier of the new Thunderdome server. There's a ton of videos, 100 streams, thousands of calls, or stream breakdowns from various content creators surrounding Lio Convoy and specific calls. These topics have been beaten to death and then beaten some more. See below for some Lio-centered participation rules. If you want to argue about the Rosa call, you must argue as someone other than Lio Convoy, which I would happily do. By the way, anybody, since Lio is too much of a pussy, anyone who is willing to argue with me about this has always been welcome to call in. Other than Lio Convoy or any other name that rhymes with Lio Convoy, Leo Convoy, Leo Combat, Thomas Guerrera, or any variation thereof, if you want to argue about Jordan, please see the above rule. Additionally, you must demonstrate knowledge of the actual situation that you know that you were talking about. The staff will judge your knowledge against former friends. This is the other cope they use as well. They'll always be like, you're not like a fucking loser that is like super invested in this community and knows every bit of lore, therefore you can't speak on this. What they will never do is bring up how your lack of knowledge has affected your coverage to the extent where you're making false conclusions off of a given scenario. Merely saying that someone doesn't know what they are talking about isn't a fucking argument. It wouldn't hold as an argument in any context involving like competent adults. These people are not competent adults though. They're like fucking neurotic freak morons who don't understand that merely pointing out, you don't know what you're talking about, isn't an argument once again. Why would that be an official rule as well? If somebody's take about the Jordan call is built, or about the relations with Jordan is built upon a lack of knowledge and therefore uninformed, that would be exactly the type of thing you could refute in an argument. So why not say, hey, actually this isn't what happened and this example proves that. They're using this as an excuse to have an arbitrary reason to gatekeep who can't make the argument. If this server is truly an argumentation server, that would be something that could be destroyed in the context of argumentation. If you want to talk about the Jax call with Lio, don't, unless your name is or was Jax. Okay, so they have now mentioned two situations that I've criticized. It came with an arbitrary characteristic why I can't talk about the second. For the first, they've just said that to argue that you have to talk with someone other than Lio. You can't talk about the third, but that's like, there's no reason they're so lazy they can't even give a reason for why that one's off limits. If you want to talk to Lio about Jibs, don't unless, okay, so the same reason where you can't talk about any of the list of bad things he's done for some fucking arbitrary reason that I pulled out of my ass. Or, for the last two, we're not even going to give a reason for that. So they're not even going to try to like justify the fucking sweeping attempts. The funny thing is, I don't need to bring up any of those. I could bring up the call with Further. I could bring up the call with Robert, right? I could even bring up Lio's coverage of Beanskis. Something he's shown that he's willing to talk to people about when they're like obviously like fucking dumb people who are literally drunk. The person he spoke to was literally intoxicated. Those are the only people he's willing to talk to about that one. So Lio is so scared of talking to me that when Beckett introduced a forum that he was going to encourage Lio to debate me on, Lio's like friends jumped ahead of it, made the forum themselves, and gave this like arbitrary list of rules that they think would keep me out. I didn't even break any of the rules though, and I'm already excluded. I don't need to talk about any of these calls to have a good argument against Lio. Those would just be the easiest ones to use. Now, luckily, Beckett and Gilded Pooh thought this was really gay, so they made a server called the Parliament, which I was allowed to be included and participate in. And I think Gilded clarifies somewhere here. Hold on. Gilded Pooh actually clarifies, when somebody asks this question, think Thunderdome is going to be tame, or do you just want to overshadow it? Because this Parliament server comes in after the Thunderdome is made. So basically, there's discourse over how moderation was handled there regarding Aiden. I'm somewhere in the middle, though I ultimately disagree with the moderation decision, even if it was a little funny. This server was the middle ground. So this kind of, he talks to all these people behind the scenes. This kind of confirms to me that this list of arbitrary rules meant to exclude me from the server because Lio is insanely terrified of a debate. It was done specifically for me. Make no mistake about it, which is pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. And then he does this thing where he's like, because Lio once again applies standards to others that he doesn't apply for himself because he's a shameless hypocrite. And when Mally Malware asked him if he wanted to answer why this is, he said no, because he's a pussy, right? But Lio has the expectation that other people call in when he's running an accountability call, or at least he did in the Senate. Like when he was mad that he's like Star Giant was running, he would threaten people who wanted to leave. But Lio claims that he said, which is a lie, because Lio lies. When Lio claims that he told me no, he never told me no. He's never even, I don't think we've ever even spoken directly. To my knowledge, we've never even spoken directly. He's so scared he couldn't even directly deliver it himself. But he's like, but I said no. But I told him no. But I said I wasn't going to debate with no reasoning that would make me look less like a pussy. So why isn't he just respecting that? Why didn't you respect that with anybody you've spoken to? What a fucking coward, dude. What a shameless coward. Which makes the choice of a lion all the more ironic as like a Sona. Hold on. By the way, if you guys enjoy the stream, we are presently, as it stands, we're like $12 away from Streamly Gold. If you guys want to help us out, you can tip. Oh, thank you for the 2. This comment will... I can't fit... Your name's too long. You look like an Oreo cookie. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but thank you so much. But anyways... Hold on. We've got... Somebody linked something, I think. Who is Crimson Mayhem?
Hey everyone, Lio Convoy here. As some of you know,
Lio Convoy here.
Had a long-standing issue with Crimson Mayhem, dating back to him bailing on reporting Toon Critic, to him lying about and trying to deplatform Misanthropony, to him...
Again, dude! Again with the some of his worst conversations and debates have come out of this egregious sweeping for Misanthropony. Like, why can't you just block Saeed instead of making mean tweets about him to your 2-follower platform? And it's like, he's too stupid to realize that same criticism applies to him wanting to do 50 fucking accountability calls with anybody who's even breathed in Misanthropony's direction. It's like every time it links back to Misanthropony. 20 from Regular Dude. Pair characters sliding on the floor on his knees saying goal. Thank you so fucking much, Regular Dude. Much appreciated. You're not a regular dude. You're a great dude. Wait, okay. This is a... Okay, actually, you know what? We'll save this one for the next stream. I want to figure out more about Misanthropony, this guy that Lio has gone so hard to bat for.
Years old and you still throw temper tantrums like a toddler over people not liking Disney Star Wars and Disney remakes. Would you like it if I attacked you for liking a movie I didn't like?
So like, yeah, for tweets like this, Lio says the accountability calls were to help. And instead of saying teaching Zaid how to ignore people who have no platform or influence that are talking negatively about him, Lio thinks it's a good idea to drag all of these lone people into calls, which is pathetic considering he was in his 30s at this point and didn't even understand like the clear solution to this that would be evident to anybody like capable of higher thinking.
No, you wouldn't. Hi, you stupid If you actually kept up to date, you would know more behind what happened and how I've already disavowed.
This is exactly how Misanthropony talks.
That video multiple times over. Disney Star Wars and the live-action remakes are inherently toxic and should not be treated as harmless. You see toxicity in everything. It's amazing. So you don't think Rey falling in love with her abuser would name a single...
So everybody seems to be going after Misanthropony for his takes, but everyone else is the problem. Everyone else is some obsessed, unhinged harasser, which is a Lolcow argument, right? It's a Lolcow argument. So Lio has a friend who's saying this to him, and Lio's solution is to get all of these people into calls to berate them, and if he needs to really berate them and doesn't have a justification to do it, he looks for all these like external excuses like, falsely believing that some literal mentally disabled woman who's not even responsible for her own affairs, believing that she had the capability to go ban a groomer in a server that she allegedly had mod in, even though that groomer had mod and was avowed by the owner. This, like, mentally susceptible woman didn't ban him? You mean to tell me that someone could say to her, he's not a groomer, and she wouldn't instantly believe it? Well, she obviously would, right? Lio couldn't comprehend that, or if he did, he still was mad about the misanthropony shit and wanted to find something that would add more weight to what was happening with Rosa, which led to him falsely and completely inappropriately abusing a vulnerable adult with mental disabilities.
Line of dialogue between them from the last time he tried to kill her to the kiss is problematic. You actually need to be smacked across the skull with a sledgehammer. Holy shit. You know, I looked at my calendar this morning and was shocked to find it didn't say 2025. It said 808.
Peter, the horse is here.
Hey guys, isn't it great when someone who did something terrible to you when you were a minor decides to completely flip the script and throw the remorse out the window when you're officially
Wait, should we watch the first video then? Oh wait, they do a
old
recap.
enough to beef with publicly? Better yet, isn't it great that someone who literally got chased off the internet for being a completely insufferable human to everyone around them thinks they can just make a comeback of some kind? Isn't it great how all it takes to come back from actual ruin is to go, hey guys, I'm a changed person now, while continuing to—
True! This is literally, this is a Lio call-out. This is a Lio call-out. It's very ironic that the guy that Lio, where his worst calls came out of defending this guy, it's very ironic that the strategy that this guy's allegedly utilizing is, I'm a changed person. Just to be clear, being a changed person works, okay? You could, if you have changed as a person, I totally believe in, for the most part, in comeback stories, in success. But you saying you've changed does fuck all to convince me that you've actually changed. To explain how you changed, you need to explain why you believe what you were doing was originally a problem and why you were motivated to actually go and correct it and what you did to correct it and like how those realizations played into that. Just because you said you changed and went to therapy, Mr. Guerra, doesn't actually indicate that you fucking changed. If anything, all the evidence suggests the opposite. I don't know why anyone would buy the changed excuse.
do the exact same things that got you chased away in the first place? Isn't it simply fantastic that someone like that can just come back and somehow genuinely convince people that they're not completely full of it? If you're new here and have no idea what any of this is about, first of all, welcome to the channel. I promise you these kinds of videos are not the norm. And second of all, I have a full video about misanthropony that is now approaching 3 years of age that I recommend checking out. If you just want the short version of what happened back then let me fill you in. Skip ahead to the next.
Okay, I kind of think we should watch the first video. Miss Anthropony, cartoon she.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlock.
Thank you, Google Play Games.
Time to give the old I don't want to make this video line, but in reality I do want to make it. I've previously stated—
This is the tactic Lio uses for calls where he gets to berate a mentally disabled person to an audience of 20 unself-aware mentally disabled people, and then tries to cope and act like he doesn't he tries to cope and acts like he doesn't want to be there and doesn't want to have to do it. But when someone was like trying to present to him, hey, like these calls actually don't help anything, so you should probably stop. He's like, but why? But can't I just like do X, Y, and Z and then still do the calls? Can't I? Without ever arguing how these calls have actually ever benefited anyone. It's very obvious he likes doing it.
I would not make this video unless Miss Anthropony did anything else regarding the situation, either towards me or in general. After thinking about it some more, I feel like I have a moral obligation to actually fill people in due to the amount of confusion, lies, and overall insanity that is being spread by the terminally online. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, welcome, first of all. Allow me to fill you in. Around 2020, I believe, I became associated with a YouTuber who some of you may know as Miss Anthropony. I never really considered us to be friends, though, something he would gladly tell you otherwise. In reality,
Is that Blair TV?
Of you may know as Miss Anthropony. I never really considered us to be friends, though, something he would—
Is that Blair TV? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Blair has said she's been coming out with a statement now for how fucking long? Blair was Pie Man, now known as Pie Girl's former BFF. They both did like unironically, they made like 6-hour videos on each other. And Blair apparently was in a if I remember correctly, was in a relationship where, correct me if I'm wrong, C-Sound was involved in these allegations. I just remember it was really bad. I don't know if Toki remembers what Blair did, but I just remember it was really bad, and I reached out to Blair for a comment. And I think the response I got was, I said, I said, important, I know you're online. Blair says, what do you want? I said, when are you going to respond? Blair says, is that all? I said, what do you mean? There's legit been no word on this. I waited a few months. Can you just do me a favor of telling me if it was real, and then I will leave you alone? Well, if you want to know, I do intend on responding, absolutely. I've just been moving on really slow because I've been prioritizing my own mental health and spending less time online in general, which isn't true. Blair TV is always online. I said, I get that, but are the DMs real? Blair says, if the answers were straightforward, I'd already have the response, but I have no comment on the matter until then. I will say that I'm trying to keep the video watchable, so it won't be as gargantuan of a watch as last time, but it's still a feature-length beefcake. I'd appreciate that you not publicize this I'd appreciate that you not publicize this conversation, as again, I don't want any of my intentional lack of response being misconstrued right now. I'd prefer just to keep radio silence until I say my piece, whenever that may be. I'm not rushing myself this time, so it'll probably take much longer. So that was over a year ago.
Gladly tell you otherwise. In reality, we rarely ever talked about stuff, and our early interactions were occasional and extremely brief Discord DMs where he was always the one to begin, me hearting some of his comments on my videos, and brief Twitter interactions. The reason I became associated with this person to begin with is because, even before I started getting bigger on YouTube, I had watched a few of his videos before and we had some of the same opinions on the state of modern entertainment. Stuff like modern Star Wars bad, or Last of Us 2 bad. However, the way we approached these things were incredibly different, and I'll get back to that. It wasn't until I started watching more of Anthro's content as we became associated that I started to see some cracks. For one, Anthro gets angry in his videos quite a lot.
Forgive the psychotic bitch who brutally killed Joel in front of you, bit off your fingers, and threatened to slip.
Dude, I love the way he enters calls. He's like, I'm here to confront you. I'm here. Unironically, his voice somehow is like more like cartoonishly fucking ridiculous than Lia's.
The throat of your pregnant girlfriend? What double standard backwards bullshit is that? I don't care if he called you the C word, just take the damn sandwiches.
And if this was a character he was playing simply—
Yeah, this isn't a character like how he reads pre-recorded scripts. This is how he talks in calls.
for emphasis or comedy akin to someone like AVGN, Nostalgia Critic, Molar, it would be fine, but it's not. Or at least he does an absolutely horrendous job of separating his video persona from how he interacts with others. Anthro gets pissed with people, and it wasn't until I started doing some digging that I realized just how unhinged this guy was towards other people, including people that I know and are mutuals with.
Yeah, so Lio, in his infinite wisdom, sees a guy who responds to criticism like this, and he thinks the solution is to berate and bully the most vulnerable of the people that criticized him.
If you chip Anthro's shoulder either by disagreeing with him or getting in a silly argument about Star Wars, regardless of how civil you are, he will rip you to fucking shreds. And I don't mean it's people making a big deal about someone on the internet hurting their feelings. I mean he will literally track other people's accounts down on completely different platforms to the ones he's arguing on just to—
Yeah, and Lio's the guy dude, Robert, I miss Robert. We need to find that call was actually disgusting. That call was fucking disgusting. But Lio is the guy that's like, was getting on Robert because Robert had made 300 tweets about Misanthropony in the span of, get this, 1.5 years. I didn't realize this. I remember seeing that, like, I joined Spicy Chat, and I didn't think I'd ever typed this much, but I didn't realize that, like, not far into it, I had, like, 6,000 messages or whatever. You should check yourself. You'd be like, that's a lot until you check yourself. If you're, like, somebody that regularly uses Discord, and, like, types on it, like, it's very easy to, like, not even realize how much how many messages you've sent or whatever. But, like, if people who just, like, tweet their stream of consciousness and their criticisms with being set 300 tweets on a given subject in the span of 1.5 years is nothing exceptional. It's nothing exceptional. Like, you know, like, for people that are, like, this engaged with the internet, it's really not that much.
angrily insult them and write massive paragraphs of him ranting about whatever he's annoyed with, as well as identity politics for some reason, which leads into our approach to making content. Well, yes, we hold a lot of the same opinions on the quality of entertainment. Anthro gets really passionately angry about identity politics and SJWs, treating every situation, even videos where he is apologizing to people, as an opportunity to start bitching about it. There's a reason why these days I tend to distance myself from the anti-SJW and culture war crowd, and it's specifically due to people like Misanthro demonstrating how pointless and exhausting these arguments are. There's also taking into account that he wasn't much better on my Discord server. Anthro would regularly fill up the movie channel with never-ending anger-fueled rants about identity politics, using every profanity under the sun, and would sometimes even go as far as to grab a singular tweet that had pissed him off that day and start shit-talking whatever point it was making, as well as the person who tweeted it, which filled the chat with unnecessary drama that he simply couldn't keep to himself. It got so bad that my mods had to personally tell him to shut the fuck up, and it was one of the main reasons why I eventually booted him out of the server entirely. What finally brought me to the point of taking action was when I found out that Anthro had previously gone after someone I'm mutuals with by following them over to their DeviantArt account and leaving a bunch of nasty shit, on top of him also commenting on one of their videos, which was months.
Yeah, so this is actually Misanthropony is the one being harassed. This is honestly a great way to deal with criticism online.
Old, by the way, just to shit-talk them. It was all of this and this situation specifically that finally convinced me to cut ties with him. So I was going to march into his DMs, tell him that his behavior is unacceptable and I do not like it, hopefully leave on equal terms, never see him again. And this is where the issues begin. For those of you who don't know, I have very bad problems when it comes to anxiety and stress. As someone on the autism spectrum too, I've had people over the years get aggressive with me when I was younger and shouting at me for either not getting social cues or not picking up on something as fast as other kids. When people get mad and shouty like that, it acts as a trigger for my anxiety and I begin to have a panic attack. I frequently have panic attacks actually, even as I'm...
I realize that, like, sometimes you want to yell, but you have to realize that, yeah, there are people that, like, getting screamed at it shuts them down completely. It doesn't make them receptive to any idea, and, like, they get, it's, like, painful for them to fucking scream at them. Which is why, like, the notion that Lio attempts to be, his calls are productive is, like, completely fucking absurd.
Writing this video due to the nature of it. So when you combine that with the fact that I am planning on going into some guy's DMs who does not take kindly to people's negative views of him.
Well, we would never know this because Lio likes to have control over the narrative so he can exaggerate the nature of what someone did. He'll always tell you that Bunny Chan, or whatever her name is, sexually harassed him, but he'll never actually, like, go into detail about what specifically was said. He needs to keep it vague so that the blanks are filled in by him, and the filling in of those blanks involves the most dramatic bad faith descriptive assessment of the situation possible, because he's a disingenuous fuck.
And when he's someone who gets incredibly angry and shouty at others, you can probably paint a picture of my mental state at the time. Sorry if it sounds like I'm being a pussy, but I'm only 17. In fact, I was 16 at the time, about to enter the DMs of a 28-year-old man who gets livid at other people over Star Wars, and given everything I'd learned...
The Rosa call was literally this. It's like, on one end, you're like, you hurt children by... being a mod in a server where you being a mod in a server and not banning a groomer that, by the way, the owner that you were completely loyal to was covering up for, and you're a mentally vulnerable adult, so you'd probably believe any excuse given by them for not banning them, even though you didn't even have the power to ban them because that person was also a moderator in that server. And then you'd have, like, supposed victims of Necopons come in to talk about what they went through or whatever. And then you'd have Zaid come in and be like, who cares, Rosa, if my opinions differ on Star Wars? And, like, you could tell that that's the underlying reason or problem or grievance that Lio and everybody else has with Rosa. They're just finding something else to exaggerate it.
About him at the time, I feel confident in saying that this man fucking terrified me, and I was absolutely terrified of what his response to me saying, hey, I think what you've been doing online is awful and I don't want to associate with you anymore, would be. So instead of risking having a mental breakdown combined with everything that had happened in regards to him, I blocked him on all of my social media and booted him off of my Discord, given that he had previously been stirring shit in there. And
so I said this before, the burden of harassment online, in my opinion, can only be made if you've put that barrier up to cease communication with somebody and they persistently continue this communication anyways. Right? In a direct manner. So, like, if you block somebody and they start making alts to continue the contact with you, then you have a case to be made about harassment. So if this is what he did, making 300 tweets about somebody is not harassment. If he's now about to prove that Zaid continued contact despite being blocked, then ironically enough, there's a greater case of harassment to be made against Zaid Misanthropony than any of the fucking people that Lio abused.
Now I finally had an excuse, and I didn't offer him an explanation because I didn't think he deserved one, and also mainly because I was terrified of him. Now, could I have approached the situation a lot more calmly if my anxiety wasn't going through the roof? Probably. Should I have actually gone his DMs and talked to him? Probably. There are lots of things I regret doing in this situation, but at the end of the day, he was pushing the boundaries of my own comfort and had gone after my mutuals, as well as causing drama in my Discord server. I was 16, he was a fully grown adult, I did not feel comfortable. I blocked him. If someone on the internet blocks you, you are not owed an explanation. If you're arguing with someone and they block you out of nowhere, that's different. But I shadow dropped this guy without causing a scene for the sake of my own comfort and to block him out of my life. I do not personally see this as an unreasonable thing to do given his past actions. It was a private, I repeat, private, discreet cutting of ties that no one besides people close to me knew about when they checked in to see if I was okay, and Misanthropony. No one besides me and Misanthropony and like 3 of my friends knew about the blocking. Now at this point you may be thinking, okay, so Map, God, he needs to work on the acronym. It's just endless fuel for people that don't like him. Map is a bit of an asshole and he triggers your anxiety. Not the end of the world, and I understand what you did. At least in an ideal world, that's probably what you think. But the title reads Blackmailer, Manipulator, and Snake for a reason, because things are about to get so much worse. And it is the
So that admission, that's harassment. Ironically enough, that's harassment. That if you are now at a point where you are making new accounts to continue fucking with somebody that has blocked you, that is now harassment. So now, in addition to abusing mentally disabled adults, encouraging a minor to film CSAM material, we can now say that Lio defended and swept for somebody that a harasser of children. So when Lio does the tactic of your friend's mother's goldfish's friend's dog, swept for somebody that once defended somebody who told a minor to KYS on Discord, you can now remove those degrees of separation and say that Lio actively defended somebody who harassed minors.
Reads Blackmailer, Manipulator, and Snake for a reason, because things are about to get so much worse, and it is the most baffling act of reputation assassination I have ever seen in my entire life. No exaggeration. On January the 25th of this year, I put up a thread on Twitter about Misanthropony, and if you know nothing about what transpired in order for me to make this thread or think that nothing Anthro could possibly do could make him any worse, buckle up, because Misanthropony, nearly a full year after I blocked him, with both of us never saying anything publicly and moving on with our lives, used a sock account on Twitter in order to blackmail me with slander. The events go like this. Around midnight on January 25th, or the 24th if you're weird, I received a reply from an account I had never seen before under a random tweet I had made, asking if they could DM me and that they wanted to keep things private. Now, I get reasonably skeptical when someone I have never heard of before asks to DM me. I have my DMs turned off for a reason, so I decided to do a little bit of digging on this account. What I found is that this account was created in June 2020. It was following no one and had no followers. But that's not what set me off. What set me off is that 90% of this guy's replies to people was him religiously defending Misanthropony from seemingly anyone that uttered his name.
Oh my god, dude, this is Lio's boy! This is why Robert got confronted. This is why Lio had a fucking comically insane reaction to Robert.
Using the exact same vernacular and words that Anthro uses in his unhinged rants and giving off the exact same angry energy, choosing to insult people and be generally aggressive, on behalf of Misanthropony.
And Lio's like, poor Misanthropony's being harassed. People are wishing for his death online. Do you know what he has to go through? Do you know what he has to go through? This guy is a 101 on how not to respond to online hate and criticism. It's so obviously apparent that the fact that Lio couldn't get that is like insane.
Okay, so what if he's just a really devoted defender? No, what really convinced me this was Anthro was that this account randomly dips in and out of activity over the course of several months. It was likely the account was being randomly logged in and out of by someone who wanted to defend Misanthro. It's as if they logged into that account specifically to act as a bouncer for Misanthro's many critics while trying not to give away their identity. Since they were anonymous, this could have simply been my own conspiracy theory based on a number of coincidences, like how this account was coincidentally made around the exact same time Anthro started receiving a lot more criticism than he was used to because of his Last of Us 2 video. But you have to admit that a random account with no followers, whose only reply history is defending Misanthropony using his exact same vocabulary, who also has their account randomly logged into when they need to attack someone for criticizing Anthro, seems outrageously suspicious. But the moment the penny dropped was when, in response to me asking what the account wanted, since I assumed they wanted to talk about Misanthropony, they said this. From what I heard, you're the douche that cut him off while he was being harassed. Whatever game Anthro was trying to play with me felt
So he gives it away because, according to this guy, the only people who would have known were Misanthropony, right?
to pieces as he said this, because no one besides me and Anthro knew about me blocking him nearly a year prior. And what also helped me understand that this was Anthro was because Anthro takes things insanely personally. He no doubt saw me cutting ties with him because of his behavior as a betrayal, when we were never really friends, trying to frame it as if I'd fallen for the tricks of his hatedom, because Anthro admittedly has a massive hatedom, some for justified reasons, others not so much. But as we've previously stated, this has nothing to do with his hatedom. It has everything to do with his actions towards people I know, his reactions to criticism, his actions in my Discord server, and his obsession with culture war bullshit that makes him disturbingly angry in his videos and in general conversation.
And Anita Sarkeesian would never forgive a man who acts mean to a woman. And you know what? Fuck the idea that Ellie having a flashback of Joel would stop her from wanting to kill Abby. The Star Wars sequel trilogy was more consistent than you.
The Star Wars, see, this is actually how this guy talks, too. He really talks like this, which is fucking insane.
a 28-year-old man, and now this 28-year-old man is attempting to shame me, a 17-year-old, for an action I made for my own comfort and sanity at the age of 16, and lying about him coming to me for help in his time of need.
Unforgivable. We need an accountability call. We need an accountability call right now.
I assure you we never had such a conversation. We may have talked about him getting hate before, but the fact that he interprets my company as me protecting him in his time of
Hold
need.
on, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec, guys. Oh, fuck. Dude, it's cold as fuck in here. I have to turn on the heat. Sorry. I'm back.
When he never asked me for help directly is just fucking sad. You are a fucking adult, Map. Why are you suggesting that you ever came to a minor for personal help when that 1, never happened, and 2, when your real friends are right there, ready to listen and talk to you in your time of need? But we're gonna get back to that shortly. Now we come to his brilliant deflection that, oh guys, it's not Misanthropony behind this account, I'm just a messenger. Despite him knowing things that only Misanthropony would have knowledge of, maybe it was possible that he hired some goon to come harass me and told them about it, which would make things a lot worse, by the way, if that was the case. But no, he instead tries to offer proof that it isn't him by sending me a tweet where I had previously talked about him, as if to say, oh, I know all this insanely personal shit between—
You know what I would do now? If he's so devoted to proving he's not Misanthropony, why don't he and Misanthropony get in a call with you? That would be Kino content where he's trying— There was this guy called Fox Goodman. This was old ACC drama where he was essentially running this other channel, and it was very obvious that it was still him. And to prove that it wasn't him, he did a call with this guy, Matt Spicer, and it was the most obviously fake shit ever. It was obviously the same person. This drama was so fucking funny. Hold on, where is
Have
it?
you played the game Dead by Daylight?
I don't really play. I kind of watch other people play it.
So, do you play Dead by Daylight? Yes or no, Matt?
I mean, I don't play the game. I mean, I watch
But you
others, but
do-
no, I don't play the game.
But you do know the concept of the game, right? Otherwise, you won't be on the same page with me here.
It took him like months, by the way, to come out with this.
Yeah, I know about it. It's about one killer against 4 survivors.
That's not what the game's about, Matt.
It was the fakest shit ever, dude.
What are you talking about? That's what it's about, though.
It's
You have
not
to
what
get these
it's
5
about,
generators
man.
working when you're a survivor. What kind of bootleg version you got? That's what it's about.
I'm just messing with you, man.
5
I'm
generators
joking.
when you're
I'm
working as a
joking.
survivor.
I'm just kidding. I'm just checking.
Oh.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm joking. I believe
All
you.
right,
I believe you.
I'm getting trolled over here.
All right,
I was
okay.
about to say, I'm like, what are you
All right.
playing? Like,
Sip on an energy drink real quick before we talk about video games. 1 second.
You actually haven't.
Wait, why would his Discord— if this is on Matt Spicer's channel, why would your Discord pick you sipping on the energy drink? This is supposedly being uploaded. This is Matt's end of the conversation.
Good. Let me just sip on an energy drink real quick before we talk about video games. 1 second.
You actually have an energy drink with you right now. It's like 3 a.m., dude. You're not going to get any sleep.
Look, I always...
It's obviously this— okay, that was just a funny little
You
drama.
and this guy because you insulted this guy before. This logic, by the way, would fly in court with the majesty of a rock. However, this tweet mentions nothing about our situation or the fact that we blocked each other. In fact, what's hilarious about this is that the tweet he sent was when I was publicly defending him against people who were obsessively talking about him. Why would you use this as a dunk against me? What the hell is this logic? And then, after he does this, the account then decides to threaten me with having my reputation be ruined for the lies that have been made up by him. I'm telling you this because Misanthro is currently working on a video responding to his haters and harassers. If you don't want to end up on that video, I suggest you talk to him. For those of you who don't know, Map has been slowly teetering off into being a massive—
This guy's 28 and the person he was talking to is a minor.
Lolcow by making multiple videos completely ass-blasting people who make videos about him. Some not even having over 1,000 subs. And also announcing that he's making a big gigantic video going into detail about every person who's ever wronged him.
Light of recent events, I've been working on this video, making a full-length response to my—
Robert Hayden? Oh my— dude, Robert! No! Justice for— this is literally the guy. This is the fucking guy. Lio's like, you're harassing Zaid. Lio, if this guy has so many dedicated harassers, do you maybe think like the way he responds to criticism is like encouraging this type of like encouraging people to A-log him? And do you not think that like maybe if you genuinely were working towards like the cessation of that, you would give him advice on how not to fucking interact with these people?
I hate them.
This is incredibly childish, and it's this unhinged behavior that got us here in the first place. Given all the info I have, the dates of the account's activity, the vocabulary used, the fact that this account always defends Anthro, the fact that it knows things that only Anthro would have knowledge of, and the fact that it is
not
now
like Lio was defending this guy, and then this behavior came out afterwards as like a new revelation. Lio was defending this guy at the height of this behavior.
Blackmailing me with this slander to talk to Anthro, there was no doubt in my mind that it was blindingly obvious that it was Anthro behind this account. Something that he himself would later admit, by the way. Anthro hopped on an alternate account, decided to change up the way he speaks to me specifically to present himself as a lot calmer compared to his previous tweets on that account, just so he could talk to me without suspicion. Reveals that he knows things only he himself would know, and then tries to convince me that this isn't him behind the account, only to then shoot himself in the foot by publicly blackmailing me with false information that he is willing to publish in a video about his haters, taunting me by saying that I should talk to him if I didn't want to be punished for betraying him, while he meanwhile refuses to unblock me after I unblocked him.
Did I find Robert's account? Did he change his ad? I think Robert changed his ad. Maybe that's why I couldn't find it. I think we found Robert. I think we found Robert. Hold on. We got it. We got it. Let's see if we can find... And his tweets are all still up. Okay, I'll have to look into this more off stream.
I have no way of actually talking to him, making what he said on Twitter an open threat that he fully intended on following up with, all the while still pretending to be someone else.
Be kind to him. Be kind to Robert. I'm gonna treat Robert like the fucking Queen of England.
It's not even M. Night Shyamalan.
We love Robert. We love Robert. We wish the best for Robert. Okay? I have no reason to be mean to Robert.
Come along to come up with such a stupid plot twist. As a result of all of this, I started freaking out. As previously mentioned, terrible anxiety issues. This sent me into a panic attack. The fact that a 28-year-old man was so bitter about me blocking him that he was willing to drag me through the mud with lies while openly taunting me by giving me no way of contacting him to smooth things over was bizarre. It's unbearably sad for an adult to do this, and it's also absolutely diabolical that he thought he could get away with it. Say that he does publish this video. It would be ridiculously easy for me to debunk the heck out of it given everything I have on him, as well as my conversation with his alt. It would also be easy for me to make a Twitter thread calling him out for all of this, which I did by the way. It seems silly for me to panic with this context, but issues like anxiety need time for me to assess the situation after a shock like this, which is why after talking to some friends, I made the decision to publish this thread, and it received a lot of support. I asked my good friend Blair TV to go and message Anthro about what was going on since they still
Oh no, this didn't age well. That didn't age well.
had contact with him. Anthro, in response, decided to directly lie to Blair's
I've been speaking to Toon as well since the account started interacting. He genuinely believes it's you, and I don't blame him. The account seems to know way too much. Oh no, man.
face about the account, claiming it wasn't him. Blair then took to messaging the account in question, who did a horrendously poor job of hiding that he was Anthro.
Dude,
Blair gets into DMs
not Blair.
Anthro again, where he is visibly freaking out now that he didn't get away with it because of this meddling kid, and then tries to convince Blair, who I am very good friends with, that I'm spreading misinformation about him and
Oh, and then the emphasis on who I am really good friends with. Dude. Okay.
false accusations, claiming that he was never going to bring me up in a video in the first place, which is a very interesting backpedal from his persistent threats. Blair is going to have a section in a second deep diving into the context of their DMs and the manipulation tactics Map used on both me and her, so stay tuned. Now realizing that no one believes him, Anthro then has an absolutely fucking embarrassing argument with the fake account and himself for damage control, with all the subtlety of don't shoot, I'm innocent bro, and all it does is confirm that he has access to both accounts. I can log into both of them in order to stage a fake argument he had between himself. And if you were somehow still doubting that this guy was Map, well, this is where Leo Convoy comes in. Leo is a personal friend of Anthro and has helped him get a lot of his haters off his back who were taking things too far. He gets a lot of shit for helping Anthro a lot, and honestly, he doesn't really deserve it. But upon reading my
Okay. He absolutely does.
thread, he noticed something that he elaborates on in his live stream covering the situation. The vernacular that Map used for his argument, with me specifically, was his. Anthro had copied his friend's way of talking, using words like son, being far less aggressive than usual, just so he could try and convince me that it wasn't him behind the account, which was basically him essentially throwing his friend under the bus if someone were to try and connect the dots and match up the way the account was talking with Leo. With this in mind,
Lio should be okay. Lio was talking to Cartoon She at this point. They were friends. I don't know if they're still friends. But Lio always, they like me, or the people that I was being with, they're cool with me now, because he changes his tone. He's able to code switch and change his tone. And the people that he was being aggressive with in calls, he's probably being like, I really respect what you have to say. Like how he was talking to Mally and shit. Right? Because he's fucking manipulative.
As well as everything else contained within that thread that Anthro had done that night, Leo was understandably pissed off to the moon and back. Now, what I'm about to say is taken straight from Leo's livestream talking about the situation, so if you need to verify everything yourself, then I suggest you watch that for context. Keep in mind that Leo is a personal friend of Anthro's and has gone out on a limb to...
It's 3 years ago, to be fair, and his comment on this video disavows him. Okay, I'm not saying... Okay, with the Blair shit, that was a fucking joke point. I'm not saying that, like, this guy actually did anything wrong by associating with someone, because I knew Blair for associating with someone that later got revealed to do bad shit. I'm just saying it aged poorly in regards to the, oh, it's cringe now.
defend him hundreds of times in the past. Leo hopped into a call Anthro was on in Leo's Discord server and openly confronted him about this thread, giving him a single chance to admit if it was him right there. And as a shock to absolutely no one, he audibly admitted it was him. And if you need further confirmation as well as visual proof, he also admitted it to Blair in DMs, while also being a pedantic little shit. Now, I don't know what went down in that call, but from what I can infer, it wasn't pretty. And I mean, Leo has every right to be as pissed as he was. Anthro gets in controversy.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He actively facilitated this guy's delusions and, like, completely fucking laughably poor response to people that don't like him online. So no, Lio should be saying sorry.
After controversy for his behavior online, and Leo constantly sticks his neck out for him against the people who take their hatred of Anthro to an extreme level. There have been people that have used maps to disgrace.
I want to see Lio's apology to Robert, and if there is no apology to Robert, I want to know why.
Reputation as a way to push false pedophile allegations because of his horrendous acronym, and there have also been people who have sent him death threats, horrific images, constantly gossiping about him, etc. There's being very critical of the guy and then there's taking it to an extreme, and that's the kind of stuff that Leo has stuck his neck out for Anthro in order to clean up. So imagine doing all this stuff for a friend, attracting all these horrible people so that you can fight them yourself and get them off his back, because he hasn't really done anything worse than saying mean shit over the internet. Still really poor behavior coming from someone with anger management problems, but he hasn't stooped any lower than that. And then you receive news that your friend hopped on an alt account, started using your way of talking to mask that it's him in order to gaslight and threaten a 17-year-old and broad-
because this is the only way you could search for tweets made by somebody on mobile. I'm following the account that I believe is Robert, and I'm searching under the keyword misanthropony. People you follow. Let's see the harassment that Robert was flinging at misanthropony. He's just debating his media takes. Okay, he's putting a screenshot up of Misanthropony saying, "At least I am not a brain-dead moron who gleefully celebrates how Kathleen Kennedy turned Star Wars into a shitty movement for toxic feminist politics and acting like Rian Johnson created the next Citizen Kane." So this is actually the comment that Robert responded to that led to the call with Lio. So this is what Robert said. "Oh, okay, look at this pic. Is this an argument or just flat out being a jerk?" This comment was posted on a video that had nothing to do with the movie or Misanthrope. Dude, this is really bad. Hold on. This is the tweet that caused the Robert call. This is the harassment that Robert was sending to Misanthrope. Dude, I'm so glad we found this. Here it is. This is the comment this is Robert's tweet that caused that whole call. "Okay, look at this pic. Is this an argument or just flat out being a jerk?" That comment was posted in a video that had nothing to do with the movie or Misanthropony. When is Lio going to apologize to this guy? This is not fucking harassment. This is not this is not like a harassing form of criticism. This is actually like a completely light, normal way of like talking about someone who has a bad take. If Lio had an example of somewhere where it went too far, which he never cited in the hour-long call with Robert, he had every opportunity to do so, and he never did.
broad daylight just because they blocked him a year prior. All of his time spent trying to defend Anvro and his reputation, and then he suddenly gives everyone who hates him the ammunition needed to feel justified in their actions, while also giving level-headed people completely justifiable reasons for hating his guts. Just imagine that for a second. Leo gets very angry during the stream when describing what he said to Anvro, and I don't blame him for any of it. Anvro's actions that night were absolutely repulsive, and confirmed every worry I had about him in my mind that led to me.
It's like you catch like a chicken farmer in Argentina in 1946. Leo got mad to the extent of, I hate this Hitler guy. I never liked him. This guy sucks. He should have been tried with war crimes. He did very bad things to my native Argentina. It's like it's like probably totally performative to hide the fact that you were a collaborator with and swept for this guy and facilitated and enabled his shitty behavior while the two of you were friends.
In contact with him in the first place. It was also through this call that it was revealed Anvro had lied about not being on the spectrum, meaning a lot of his anger issues and hyperfixation on stupid shit could be rooted in autism or ADHD.
Oh, wow, dude. Wow, dude. Totally believable, by the way. Totally believable. I am not on the spectrum.
Is that an excuse? Hell no. Before this stream began, by the way, and the morning after the disaster that happened due to Anfro's actions, Leo gave me a call on Discord in the morning to check up on me and confirm some stuff, and told me that he had told Anfro to never mention me in a video or any capacity at all.
And I hop into Manga Comments server and I DM him, like, hey, can you talk? I go on.
Yeah, Leo also has this, like, delusional belief that you can, like, police who people talk about online, and he thinks it's productive to do that instead of teaching the person he's friends with to learn how to, like, not think about fucking, to not think about, like, people. In this case, it would be justified because he was creating alts to talk to Cartoonchi, which is harassment. But, like, you will never tweet or talk about misanthropony again. It's like, who the fuck are you to dictate that? Why not teach them how to ignore it?
And I explained what I thought to be true. I believed 100% misanthropony had autism, and that he just was not diagnosed because that's what he told me. He had never been tested. But I also told him I will be dealing with this, and he is not going to mess with you again.
As those were my wishes at the time, I wanted what had happened to remain on Twitter and for Anfro to actually take time off and to never contact or speak about me ever again. Leo also told me that he would be speaking with Anfro rationally to try and figure things out. A few hours after this call, after being told by a close friend to not talk about me again after what happened, guess what he did? He brought the situation to his fucking YouTube channel, uploading a short apology video that I specifically stated I did not want, and directly going against a set of instructions that Leo had gave him. In this video, he publicly admits that he was behind the account.
After a while, something started to bother me. This feeling of unresolved conflict with Cartoonchi. But this just felt different from other people whose ties have been cut with me. Unlike the others, I still had some respect for the guy. I know it's a stretch, that I'm being this friendly with someone that I don't actually know.
Yeah, Live, this was the guy that you should sweep for and go after the critics of. So true.
Personally, all I really know about him is the conversations we had on Twitter or Discord. But I really did value the talks that we had. There was a part of me that wanted to talk to him, straighten things out, try to end our relationship on a better note. There was just one problem. He still had me blocked on all of his platforms. So I tried talking to him using an alternate Twitter account. I asked about DMing him because I wanted the conversation to be private. But he said he was suspicious of me since he noticed that my only other activity on this account was speaking against people who had avoiding excuses for trying to demonize.
The solution was to threaten him.
Me. And this is where things get nasty. Instead of simply telling him it was me, I was pretending to be another person. I mentioned information on my upcoming hate-dumb video. It looked like I
Why?
was thinking about featuring him in it.
So if any of you were still doubtful, there's your smoking gun. He was guilty. However, this apology is very, very bad. And I say apology video very loosely. The video itself is a sickening display of a 30-year-old man whining like a little pussy after he got caught being a manipulator, choosing to instead dreadfully downplay what he had done.
I was doing it because I thought there was no other way to start a conversation between me and Cartoonchi because I wanted that closure. I really just wanted to talk to him, and I tried to keep this up the best I could. Trying to be lenient, trying to sound non-threatening to Cartoonchi and Blair, but it didn't last long. Looking back, I really should have seen this coming.
Outright lying about why I cut contact with him when I explained to him multiple times when I was arguing against his ult precisely what my problem was.
He blocked me on all platforms and kicked me out of his Discord server when I didn't do anything to break its rules. But he never reached out to me to explain why. It ended up being the usual nonsense that my hateum likes to get butthurt over very easily. Being rightfully angry with corporate mongoloids that repeatedly insulted people's intelligence and just wanted them to eat their garbage in exchange for their money, and calling out idiots on Twitter, DeviantArt, or elsewhere when they say something stupid.
And also choosing to call me pathetic for cutting him off in the first place, and, most insultingly of all, trying to frame the situation as if I had sided with his hateum or disagreed with him, like for some reason—
By privately blocking him. Yeah, this is somebody that has a fundamental inability to take criticism online, and it's, like, laughably ridiculous that Laya would, like, spend, like, an iota of his time, like, fucking sweeping for someone like this.
Specifying I cut contact with him after his video on The Last Jedi? Fucking what?
Then, a few days after my re-review of The Last Jedi, he blocked me on all platforms and kicked me out of his Discord server when I didn't do anything to break its rules. But he never reached out to me to explain why, and it turned out that his reason for doing it was just petty.
Problem?
How difficult is it for you to keep your culture war, anti-SJW, identity politics, hate for Star Wars, and modern entertainment ass bitch
Sure, we do need justice for Robert.
out of a fucking situation for once, you tool? It was so painfully clear that he only mentioned me cutting contact after his last Jedi video as a manipulation tactic to try and prove that I sided with his
I think
hatedom
Lyra wrote
over
this
Star
with him.
Wars.
Do we have evidence of that? Because that would make it even more funny.
Choosing to ignore the reasons why I cut contact with him that he is fully aware of to try and drag me through the mud with him and to get me to face some form of consequence for daring to call him out on his bullshit. As evidenced by the many people who blindly agreed with him without knowing anything about the situation, because he not only left out heaping amounts of context, he also lied like a desperate motherfucker so that his impressionable audience didn't turn on him after realizing what a scumbag he is. Now I'd love to get into the specifics of match manipulation tactics and rip the apology apart myself, but Blair did it way better than I possibly could manage. So sit back, because Blair is not only about to delve deep into their DMs regarding the situation, they are also going to dive deep into his apology video. Take it away.
Hello, I'm Blair TV. Welcome to my office. Yes, I have an office now. Things have changed a lot recently. If you don't know,
okay, I think we're done with this. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm gonna go have dinner because I'm very hungry. I will not be live tomorrow as I have a flight. I'll probably be live on Saturday with some more stuff going on. Thank you guys for sitting through this stream. Thank you for helping us hit Streamly goal. And thank you for thank you for everything. So I'll be seeing you guys probably Saturday, and then I'll be off to England. And I will go live there, but like not really consistently. So yeah. Who is live right now that I could send you guys into? Got it. Nobody. All right. See you guys next time. Bye-bye. Peace out.